All right, we're live. It's Saturday, July 25th. Wasn't live yesterday, but we're here today, and the Fast Puppy is going to fill by the end of the night. So we're just going to rip it as many times as possible. There's about 5,000 entries left. I don't expect it to be available tomorrow when I'm live. So it's just straight Fast Puppy all afternoon. Let's get it going. No countdown for the first one. If you're ready, I'm entering. Come on in if you want it. These ones are going to fill very quickly today. I really expect with the 98% fill rate currently, it's not going to take too long. So come on down. If you are interested, let's get it going. And let's bring in the chat real quick. We got First Dan Fantasy. He was first, not just first though, he was frisked. Bringing in a new word. Love the alternate version of Fimpst, frisked. There we go. Love the typo. Danimal. You know it. Let's go. He's in here. He pulled the 109. A-Rod. I'm not sure if you're in here. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't recognize A-Rod in the lobby. But Cam Drew, LeBron, top 10 tight end. Fuck. Yeah, this crushes my Goddard shares. Shit. Yeah, all the people drafting Eli Stowers are still wrong. 100%. But they were right to pivot off of Goddard because obviously LeBron is stealing his job. Fuck me. That's not good. Wish me luck here, but okay. Let's I think I might be still okay. Goddard, unless he breaks his arm, I think he'll be all right. But what's up, Anthony? How we doing? Best ball on call in the house. Dope Chris says hi. Welcome in. Nice to see you. A-Rod pulled the 101 in the overflow. At least you got the good luck. Good omen with the 101. But Jay Thornburg is on the clock. Jer Bear at pick 2. Swedish woman fan. I mean, who isn't? At pick 3. Westwood Hogs at pick 4. Jackson Duffy, our boy, at pick 5. Mike Pastrami. A good pastrami sandwich. Sounds really nice right now. Oh, Tika's in the house. Anthony is in at pick 7. Cheers, brother. I'll repack this bowl and we'll take another hit for you. But WG Long at pick 8. Danimal at the 109. Amped Phil, good to see you, my friend, at pick 10. I got the 111. And then Merritt 23 at pick 12. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Tika goes CMC at pick 7. Given this may turn into a marathon, I'll be live for at least 3 hours. I know that. Let's bring in the music, and we'll mix it up over the course of the afternoon. We will pivot song to song. My true rankings have Omarion Hampton available here, but if CeeDee Lamb is there at 11, sure, I'll take him today. It also opens up the door that maybe Merritt passes twice, and we get a CeeDee Lamb Justin Jefferson squad. Not today, but would have been interesting. Hampton's still available, so that's why I'm not afraid to pass. Despite my rankings, I always want to pull him up. But yeah, let's just further invest. I'll take Hampton once again. Right at ADP, so we got the 2-pick slide on Lamb and then top of ADP. I'm fine with that. But I will say, I was very tempted to go Henry, but it's not like you can't just do CeeDee Lamb, Derrick Henry another time. And we'll see. But I had a lot of pre-draft teams. Basically, in the last 2 weeks of pre-draft, all those contests coming to a close back in April, I kind of just locked in either Hampton or Derrick Henry if I had a second-round pick. Whichever one was available, that's kind of just where I went. And sometimes I just started pulling up Henry all over the board just to get different combinations of Derrick Henry. Those two are just money in the bank. I can see the upside argument for Walker, Chase Brown, and Achane, but I know what Henry's going to do. And then Hampton, I feel pretty confident projecting. He's this year's Devon Achane, but yeah. The Google Translate, always funny when it's never intended, but it strikes again. Dope Chris says, I am new to fantasy football. For money, can you maybe help explain? I won for fun on ESPN Fantasy. Now I want to do it for fun and money. Interesting, Chris. Okay, well, welcome aboard. Thank you for subscribing, and we always welcome new people. For the sake of best ball, it has all of the thrills of the regular redraft format. However, you do not set the lineup. You are never going to be making trades or waiver claims throughout the season. And you might be wondering, well, how does my lineup set? It's automatic. Every single week, there are 8 slots, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 receivers, 1 tight end, and then 1 flex spot that's every position but quarterback. So 8 starting lineup spots. And then you have 18 players to pool from every single week. So you will be setting your waiver wire claims basically the day of the draft. Right now, I'm going to draft my starting lineup and then my bench, and I'm also going to make some calls that maybe down the stretch, this player, that player, one of these guys would be the guy off of waivers that maybe you need to pick up and send your team to the championship. So that's the bet. Today, we are saying we know what's going to happen, and we're drafting a team accordingly, and we're trying to get good values, obviously, good combinations. There is that element. Sometimes volume matters in this type of format, but at the end of the day, you need to make the right picks. So that's what we're trying to do. Get a lineup that's unique, got a lot of good players on it, and will hit on all 18 rounds. Whether it's winning this pod or in the playoffs, that's the goal. We're trying to win in the final week and make big money. This contest has, I believe, 200K up top. So keeping that in mind, week 17 does factor in. But I'm just going to take Neighbors here. Some positive reports on Neighbors at the moment, and an ADP that is moving up. Not totally convinced that Merrick, with 2 cracks at it, will pass. If anything, I might get Ladd to come back more likely. But maybe Merritt's not paying attention to yesterday's news. But I'll make this pick, and then I'll close out this point, Chris. If you haven't signed up yet, give me one little moment. Promo code BLUNT will help you out. But here, I think we're just going to... Yeah, I'm going to double down on Hampton, and we're going to go with a receiver in this one. I've been talking myself a lot into Garrett Wilson. He's just so talented, and there's really nobody else that can compete with him. So I'm starting to regret not taking more of him. So today we'll do it. Ladd was off the board, so definitely not getting that Chargers correlation. Totally fine. I got a lot of Chargers teams already. So far, Hampton, CeeDee Lamb, Neighbors, and Garrett Wilson. If someone can help me advance Neighbors, it's probably someone like Garrett Wilson. All right, but last thing to mention, Chris. If you're new to Underdog, I think it's more wise to practice in the smaller leagues rather than the bigger ones. And just so you get the lay of the land, knowing the ADP and what pockets of the draft you're able to get a good value at certain positions rather than others gives you the foresight to plan out a team. So reps do matter. And if you would like to get some extra reps under your belt for free, promo code BLUNT, link in the description, will get you $50 in bonus entries when you sign up. Your first deposit is also matched by 50% up to $1,000. So in theory, you put down $100, they'll give you 50 right there. But then you play your first 5, your first fast puppy, you'll get an extra 50 on top of that. So play 1 fast puppy, get 10 of them on the website. Only available using promo code BLUNT. Link is down below. Sign up using promo code BLUNT. But let's take that off the board. All right. First down fantasy. Honestly, that's the best thing about best ball, is not having to set a lineup. Yes, it allows you the peace of mind to technically never think about it again until it makes money for you. Technically, you can just check out entirely until week 17 and be like, all right, what do we get? That is nice. But you can also track it throughout the season, see which teams are viable, which teams are starting off hot, which teams maybe have a big road to climb. But it doesn't take away from your regular redraft league. It's just something you're doing now that will still be relevant, but also it really helps you practice for that redraft league. Everyone in this lobby has paid real dollars, or at least bonus funds, and everyone is committed because no one's just going to dip and leave it on auto because it doesn't mean anything. If you're going to be mock drafting, that's always the problem. On Underdog, that's not the case, and therefore the ADP is also very, very sharp. But keep in mind, it's half PPR setting. That's very relevant. And then the third receiver in the lineup also matters a lot. It shifts your roster. That's why some of the receivers are more expensive. It's not full PPR, but you have to start 3 receivers every week, and that's still a position you don't want to fall behind on. Or at least really know where the gems are down below. But any type of build can, in theory, work. There are some I like more than others, and you want a little bit of all those different combos, essentially. But what's good, Jamie? Bone something. The correct term for afternoon in French, the correct term is bon après-midi. Après-midi. But Professional Fanatics, yo, what's up, brother? Welcome in. I am on the board. I think I'll just stay strong at receiver. I'll go Christian Watson. And then if Merritt leaves me Jadarian Price, I guess I'll take him. I'm not dying to do it, though. I'm almost more inclined to just hammer some running backs like 3 of the next 4 rounds or something. But he goes Price. That's totally chill. I don't have an issue with that. Here, though, I don't know if it behooves me to go with receiver again. I got 4 strong ones, and obviously advancing neighbors could be tough, but Rome's still on the board. That's very, very tempting. However, I think I might just grab a quarterback or just go Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren is also speaking my name. It's a onesie position. This is the pocket of the draft. I think this round has the best onesie positions. If I didn't already have 4 receivers, I would have probably just grabbed Rome. But on this one, we can pass and still fill out the starting lineup. That helps a little bit more than the flex. But the flex is already filled. It would be the bench spot if we took receiver there. Neighbors will help advance your Garrett Wilson. Cheers, Roni. I love the conviction. Love it. But yeah, thanks for hopping in, Professional Fanatics. Very excited to have you here. And we will be going against each other in an upcoming league this season, a redraft league with a bunch of other content creators called the Iron Throne. And once we are fully set, I think that will have a few more announcements and stuff like that. But yeah, we're going to be in that league and very excited to talk to you in the future. Absolutely, we will get in touch. But we have to chat about Hampton in the future. Maybe I'm taking crazy pills, but I just can't get there at ADP, bro. Look, if you didn't see enough last year, that's fine. He was injured a lot, but there were such bad circumstances, and he still had some 20-point games. Even when he came back from the ankle injury, he had 2 straight weeks to close out the season, week 16 and 17, with 16 fantasy points. And that was in the Greg Roman system with no left tackles, with Bradley Bozeman under center. They brought in Tyler Biadasz from the Commanders. Last year, PFF rated him 11th best at the position at center, plus 2 Pro Bowl tackles. So the O-line's going to be much better. The Mike McDaniel system we all believe in. So it's just kind of like, do you actually think Keaton Mitchell's a problem? Do you actually think Kimani Vidal's a problem? Or is the year 2 first-round pick that's 220 pounds, runs a 4.40, and has showcased the ability to handle a workhorse role in college actually going to be a bust by a team that historically has known exactly what they were doing when scouting the running back position? They've drafted LaDainian Tomlinson, Melvin Gordon, Austin Eckler, or maybe Eckler was actually undrafted, but they brought him in. They made him a really good play. And if I told you you were getting Austin Eckler from 4 years ago, wouldn't you feel safe about drafting him as the RB, what is this, 9 or 10? I believe it's the RB 8. Yeah. Running back 8 in this draft. If I haven't sold you, maybe you are taking crazy pills, brother. But just think of it this way. Do you want the Mike McDaniel running back? Yup. Do you want the Jim Harbaugh running back? Yup. That's kind of all I need to know, personally. But I am a homer. After all, I am a Charger fan. I am a homer. But Dope Chris, thank you so much for the example. If I draft all the players I want, the app will then each week pick out of those players to be my starting lineup, and it's random every week. No. However the players perform is how the lineup is set. best player in terms of score at every position gets instantly slotted in to the lineup. I should probably take Dak Prescott here, but I'm actually going to do one of the things I never do. I'm going to take one of my few shares of Chuba Hubbard. The team behind me has only 2 running backs, so definitely in the market for one. And they don't have a Cowboy, so if he wants Dak unstacked, go for it. It is what it is, but I think I can get away with it and just push it. I'd also kind of prefer to just take like Rico Dowdle here, to be honest with you, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Dak is still available, so I will take Dak Prescott. I draft so much Justin Herbert, and I don't take Lamb too often. So a lot of the teams I have Lamb, I'm also sniped by the Pickens drafter. Maybe I would have gotten sniped there by Merritt, but we played it correctly. Dak is still on the team. However, I will be honest. There's part of me that just believes Rico Dowdle is more valuable than Chuba. That's also a legit factor. But just to close out this point, Chris, it's not random every week. The way your players score is how it's set. They will take the highest available score for every single roster spot. It is not just randomly occurring. They play the games they're actually playing. They score the real half PPR points. And then based on their performance, they are set in the lineup or not. If they don't clear the threshold for the minimum, they are on the bench. Everybody else that's above the minimum, those are the best scores in your lineup possible. So that's what best ball is. I don't know if I can explain it any other way. It will be set automatically in the regular season. But, yo, what's up, Chris? Nice to see you. Appreciate you popping in. If anyone hasn't checked out the Fantasy Football Garage, awesome channel. Highly recommend. We've been in a guest over there. We've had Chris on the channel over here. Very sharp drafter, knows his shit, does a lot of research. And also, if you're interested in fantasy golf, the man has recently won 4K in a best ball golf tournament, so he knows his shit. A lot of strong takes over there on the Fantasy Football Garage. Our boy Chris knows what he's doing. But Professional Fanatics loved him at UNC. 63 to 65% snaps is what I'm projecting. A little scary over Henry or Barkley in half PPR. I like him more in full PPR. I think that's a fair point to make. I would say he gets an upgrade in full PPR. However, the injury factors on Henry and Barkley are still also a little bit more relevant. I think that is what keeps him at least in the same tier as those guys, but in my opinion, above them. Obviously, though, maybe I have the bias to factor in. But if you told me you ranked him at 16 overall, not 14, I would understand. I think being a little bit hesitant is appropriate. You know, we didn't get enough of a sample size last year, and any player can get hurt. He had a high ankle sprain last season, so not ideal. But I think all of the circumstances combined, projecting him to have a higher ceiling than those two, I think is fair. Even though Saquon put up 2K yards just 2 years ago, I still think Hampton can outscore him this year. But mixing in all the exposures, I think, is always legit. Being high on Henry and Saquon is very valid as well. I think I'm just going to take Dart with Neighbors. It makes plenty of sense. Merritt has no quarterback yet, and Jackson Dart runs all over the field. You don't need to stack him up to warrant taking him. So going to grab him. We also get to bring back the Cowboys, Giants, play each other week 17. So while other people are doing that, it's kind of going to be a common combination. I don't really give a shit. I just want it because I think it's just a very wise thing to do. There's going to be a lot of points probably in that matchup. Starting receiver room looks phenomenal. We could take Myers here, but the hype on Jordan Mason's been brewing. The training camp reports will confirm it pretty soon. I think Mason will be the main running back in that offense. And then I also feel very comfortable expecting an injury to Aaron Jones. So Mason, come on down, my RB3, probably the guy you need in Minnesota. They also get the Jets matchup in week 17. That's going to be a blowout. Probably their defense going to lock them up, and their offense going to have the perfect game script to just run the ball down their throat in the second half. Maybe Claiborne's legit, but if Aaron Jones goes down, we are in business Jordan Mason, week 17. Love that matchup. There's also the Garrett Wilson bring back versus the Jets. So far, we got a pretty interesting roster. CeeDee Lamb with Dak, Neighbors with Dart, Garrett Wilson, and Christian Watson. The receiver room is pretty sweet. Tyler Warren, a top 4 tight end, and honestly, not that much different than the top 3. He's different than Bowers. He's definitely different than Bowers. Could he be better than McBride? I think that's possible. Loveland could also be better than McBride. And I think Loveland has a higher ceiling. But in terms of just true volume, true target share, I think Tyler Warren is pretty locked in to the top 5 tight ends this season. I'd be shocked if he finished 6th or worse without an injury. So with Michael Pittman leaving, the volume's just locked in. Maybe Keenan Allen poses an issue for all the Colts pass catchers, but if there's one I think will be insulated and protected from that issue, it's going to be Tyler Warren. His role, I think, is very secure. First round pick with a shit ton of volume last year, only going up from here, and he can also be used on the goal line as a running back. He did that in college. It's very much part of his skill set. So love Tyler Warren. Very, very good player. On a good offense, I like Shane Steichen, and their O-line's pretty good. Daniel Jones probably not going to push it down the field as much this year, coming off the Achilles tear. So maybe some of those shorter targets for Warren, getting him open in space, is going to be sweet. But every single week, he hits the best matchup. There are no linebackers I think can cover Tyler Warren the way that some of the corners can cover Alec Pierce or Josh Downs. So love Tyler Warren at cost. This team's coming together. Nice start so far. We're 10 rounds in, but what's happening, FF Nerd? Nice to see you, Ruben. Thank you for joining us. But Austin, you were clowning on my Mason pick so hard weeks ago. Now look at you. There was a stretch in time when I actually took a lot of Mason. I believe it was like a 2-week period back in like June, because I just really convinced myself of the Aaron Jones injury. Then I started to buy in on Claiborne, so I kind of paused. I still think Mason has kind of capped upside. The Kevin O'Connell system is mitigated, but in terms of like starting running backs left available, he is the last one. That's definitely the case, and at some point you kind of have to stop fading it. So increasing my exposure on a team like this that really needs the RB3, it fits the position pretty well. I could go Tyron Tracy. I believe in his receiving volume. And then I'm a little bit worried that Merritt just double taps tight end. I don't get either of these ones. So yeah, if anything, I'm actually going to go Likely first. I have slightly higher hopes on Isaiah Likely than Jake Ferguson, but ADP also played a factor there. My rank, I do have Likely though above him, but Tracy would make sense. Another giant. I feel pretty good about their team this year, to be honest. Like, the more you look at their schedule, it's actually very easy. Ferguson goes. So I think the decision is pretty obvious to me. While I like some of the receivers here, like McMillan and Coker, I think getting the stack with Tyron Tracy is a pretty solid option, just getting another New York Giant. We've drafted 3 Giants in the last 3 rounds, and especially if Neighbors does miss any time, at the moment he might not go on PUP, but still, he might miss some time, and just betting on that offense to really pop, Likely and Tyron Tracy will mix in randomly, and I think Likely pairs with Warren a little bit more than Jake Ferguson. Ferguson's going to see a lot of volume in general this year, but when he really delivers, it's because one of the wideouts got injured. Ferguson's production last year was really weighted against the CeeDee Lamb health. Like, I'm gonna try and bring this in quickly, but I was looking into it, and Jake Ferguson had a pretty big split. But I also don't want to leave you with so much dead air uh, that it's not entertaining. But here's the thing. Like, basically, just to put it quickly, he's not getting the touchdowns without an injury above him. It just wasn't really happening as often than you would think. It was very much tied to CeeDee Lamb's missed time this season, which is pretty straightforward. It's pretty obvious when you really think about it. Like, is he going to be as targeted when CeeDee Lamb's on the field? Yeah, probably not. But okay, let me bring it in. It took a minute. Here are the weeks where Jake Ferguson was really productive. It was weeks 2 through 7. These 6 weeks, CeeDee Lamb got hurt in week 2 and missed 5 games. So the production, every single week he had double-digit fantasy points: 12.3, 14.7, 13.5, 20.4, 10.8, 18.4. He had 6 touchdowns in this stretch, and then 3 games, at least 9+ targets. There wasn't a single game after that where he scored 10+ fantasy points. It was all correlated to CeeDee Lamb missing time. But Flournoy's on the field. Flournoy also fucking crushed when somebody got hurt. I'm just going to take him here, get the stack, makes some sense. Don't want to get sniped when he's top of ADP at the position. There it is. So, another Cowboy. Totally chill with that. And then he's not going to take both of these tight ends. I like both of them. I don't know if I need both of them. Like, either of them, I'm not sure is like totally necessary on this team. I kind of just want to take Tank Bigsby, to be honest with you, or grab a receiver. I feel like that kind of helps my team a little bit more because I like Tyler Warren. I like Isaiah Likely. I think they're both pretty good. But Strange makes it back, an 8-pick slide on Brenton Strange. That's hard to pass up. And my rank is 147. I rank Henry even higher, but I got a lot of Hunter Henry. I'm overweight on both of them, but today I'll take Strange, falling 8 spots. I got a shit ton of Tank Bigsby. It's not going to kill me. We have a bet on Chuba Hubbard on this team. That's probably what's going to kill me. But overall, I think the fall on Strange was the best value there. So, Strange is our pick. And yeah, I don't regret passing on Jake Ferguson earlier. Flournoy is the consolation prize for missing on Jake Ferguson. But who knows? Maybe he gets hurt or something. Maybe Luke Schoonmaker is the guy you need. But good afternoon, Albie. Good luck to you too as well. Good luck to you too. The FF Nerd says, I suck at drafting Mason, to be honest. I know. There was a period when he was available in the late 13th, Jesus, what am I saying? The late 10th. We're in the 13th round right now. And I would take him a lot when he was in the 10th round, at the 11-12 turn. That's kind of the spot where I was taking him the most. Now you're going to have to take him in the 10th. And typically speaking, I want a quarterback there. So the team needed it. I already had 2 quarterbacks. He was the play in round 10 this time. But is WG long in this chat? I'm not sure. I am not sure. But Austin, all love, man. I do think he could genuinely have Javonte Williams upside since Williams was the last starting running back able to draft last year as well. And Mason could have high touchdown upside if Kyler is legit. If Kyler's legit, then he could be this year's James Conner and average like 14 points despite being very much slept on. The problem with Mason is that he doesn't catch passes, but he proved that to be irrelevant 2 seasons ago when McCaffrey was out. He was crushing when the workhorse in San Francisco. It's not the same system, though. Kevin O'Connell's running back has never been anywhere close to as valuable as Shanahan's running back. If anything, I would have a hard time believing you're getting 10 touchdowns out of Mason this year. If anything, you might have a hard time getting 10 catches out of Mason this year. But if Aaron Jones suffers an ACL or something in week 2, no one would be that surprised. He always is missing at some time. It's probably going to be a hamstring injury that forces him out for like 6 weeks, and then he's just not the same coming back. Aaron Jones is too old not to bet on the injury upside of Mason. So I trust that the offense gets better with Kyler. I believe in the Vikings as a playoff team this year, and their defense is legit. So they're not going to need to go into a bunch of shootouts to win this season. I do think they would like to run the ball effectively. There is a role in store for Jordan Mason, but would have loved Jerry Jeudy. He was 2 picks away. I'm now really trying to draft Jerry Jeudy all of a sudden. But damn, some of these picks are gross. I think I just want some more running back points just because I have Chuba Hubbard. It's like, yikes. Yikes. I'm going to stop at 2 quarterbacks. We have 3 clicks left. I think 1 more running back, but at least 2 more receivers is the play. And wideout gets pretty sad down here, but I do think Tank Dell, if healthy, would have a shot at really paying off. So I'll go Tank Dell, especially if he's going to pay off. It's going to be week 1 and early in the year because I'm worried about a re-injury, but either he's part of the team and like Stroud's second favorite target immediately, or he never does anything. And if he does contribute early in the year, that would hold off our Neighbors. You know, the weight on Neighbors might be 4-6 games. So I do think that helps a little bit, but obviously Dell is an injury concern, no question. But he looked decent running routes recently with Matthew Golden. Maybe Matthew Golden just looked that bad, but they both looked decent. I thought they both looked okay, and, you know, hard to judge. Kind of just more of like a hype video, if anything. But it's proof of concept. That's kind of all I need at the moment. Proof of concept versus Jaden Higgins. I'd rather be taking Tank Dell at the moment. 60 picks later. But yeah, Javonte was a very good play last year, and some people didn't believe in it at all. So definitely, in terms of ADP, a lot of similarities there between Javonte and Jordan Mason. But yo, what's up, DJ Quill? Happy Saturday to you as well. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. But yeah, that game is one of the, I wouldn't say it's my favorite game overall, but I would say, no doubt about it, it's like top 6 at the worst. Maybe the Cowboys defense is better than expected this season. The Giants defense, I think, has the talent to pop off. Their coaching is a big variable this year, but I do think the Giants have some interesting assets on defense. And maybe it's not as high scoring as some people think. My only concern, though, on it is if, like, Dak Prescott were to get hurt. That's kind of the only way that game doesn't hit. The Giants-Cowboys rivalry is usually always a barn burner. But Austin says, from an ADP value standpoint, that is Mason. Could be this year's Javonte from last year's. Yes, ADP 100%. Very, very valid. But Albie saying, having a great hair day today. Appreciate that, Albie. Thank you very much. What's up, Hartman? Light it up. I think I have 1 hit left in this pipe. Let's pack a little bit more, though. I don't want it to be deceiving and have a very mid pull. But I was very slow in the chat. I feel like this was like 10 minutes ago. So let me rectify that mistake. Let's take a pull, shall we? That one was nice, but appreciate that, Game Type. Thank you for smashing the like. Appreciate that. But about to be on the clock. Where should we go? Sean Tucker makes it back. I think so. I like Katron a lot as well, but I think this makes some sense. Sean Tucker at 203 has that 30-point spike week ability. And based on the team I think I've built, I think that level upside is hard to replicate. Even though I love Katron, I think that's the better pick. I'm going to go Sean Tucker here for sure. So last pick will be a receiver. We're going to go with a 2-6-7-3. And I do like the receiver room quite a bit. So I'm not afraid. Even with Neighbors, a 7 receiver build, I think is all right. I think this one is okay because I drafted 4 of them in the first 5 rounds. And then I also have the handcuff in case anything were to happen to Lamb. I do have some high upside with Flournoy. But ideally, if someone's going to get hurt over there, it's going to be George Pickens for the sake of this team, at least. But tempted to go with a rookie. Like Malachi Fields kind of calling my name. But I drafted a lot of New York Giants. I'm gonna go with Torrey Horton, a player I like, and I think if he does hit the lineup, it's with a touchdown. That's really the only way a player contributes at this point. They need a touchdown for sure. But welcome Who Hames Family Soup to you as well. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. But we're going to be ripping a shit ton of fast puppies basically until at least 4:15, 4:20. I'll be live strictly in the fast puppy. But daytime drafts, boo. You know what is not a boo in my book? Spending time with my girlfriend. I'd rather spend my Saturday night on my own time than with y'all. That is my stance on it. But DJ Quill, how do you feel about Ferguson in Eliminator? I don't feel particularly better about him. I think he's fine from a floor standpoint, so I think that maybe bolsters his ADP. But I still prefer Kincaid. I still prefer Goddard. I don't feel any differently about him, whether it's up or down. I still think the main argument for his value is a little dependent on an injury. And he's not a bad pick. He's a good floor option generally. So, yeah, he's a little bit safer in the Eliminator. Maybe a little bit more valuable. But still not a player I'm, like, really coveting at, like a 20% clip or something. You know? If I finish with 10% Jake Ferguson, that probably feels slightly higher than I'd rather have. I think I'd rather just stick to 8%, to be honest with you. But if it feels right, if it's a good value, go for it. But in general, I think his price in the 11th is a little expensive. I think he should go as he did in this lobby in round 12. But Austin, I feel like I clicked Flournoy way too much. He's so hard to pass up, especially with how bipolar Pickens could be, and Cowboys running 3 receiver sets a lot of the time. Love Flournoy at his ADP a lot. For me, I love all 3 of those receiver clicks there. Flournoy, Tesla, and Trey Harris, I think, are all really good picks. Debo has been moving up slightly lately, but Debo's also usually in that range. So those receivers, they're pretty decent fallback options on the roster. I like the contingent plays, but Flournoy, definitely the proof of concept is already there. He had 2 100-yard games last year. But if Jones goes down, Mason definitely. I don't know if I'd go nuclear. I'm not sure I would say nuclear. I think I would say like a top 15 ceiling. Maybe top 10. But, you know, all you need is one game, especially against the Jets week 17. That game could go nuclear. But as Who Hames is saying, the injury upside is Claiborne. If he can develop quickly enough, Who Hames, like we were saying since the pre-draft, I believe you said this exact quote to me. If he found the right spot, he could pop, but he does need to develop. And I do think he found one of the spots that allows for that ceiling. But at this point, I've drafted a lot more Claiborne than I think I'd like. At this point, if I'm targeting one, I think it's Kyler. But I used to take Aaron Jones all of the time in the pre-draft back when he was pick 150. I loaded up a shit ton on Aaron Jones. So I have my bags packed there. Now I'm just getting a little bit more of the Jordan Mason before it goes crazy. Last year we drafted Jordan Mason like the 8th round. So the slappies on Mason, I think, could get pretty frothy if the camp reports confirm he's like clearly the RB1, but he will definitely be mitigated, very low ceiling while Jones is healthy. And then even when Jones goes down, I still worry a little bit about his touchdown production and lack of passing upside. But Austin would agree on the Jones injury. FF Nerd says Bears versus Lions are my favorite throwback to target. That one's elite. However, I will say the Chicago weather could be an issue for Jared Goff. That's the one element of that game where I don't know if I want to be so high on it. Last year, my 2 finals teams, one of them was in the Badge Bros contest, had the Lions stack. I had Jared Goff, JMO, and Gibbs on one of those teams. They shit the bed against the Vikings, and it was indoors. That game didn't even have any weather. Goff in Chicago, that's the only element of like skepticism, but still it's the Ben Johnson revenge game. That game's going to go definitely over if I had to guess. And I'm not afraid, but I will say it's the one reason I don't rank it at number 1 on my games to target. The weather in Chicago could be a little bit windy. But dope, Chris. If I make the top 2, I advance, but then what do I need to do with what's next in the levels? It depends on the tournament, Chris. The tournaments will all vary. The Fast Puppy is one of the tougher ones. Originally, it's top 2 out of 12. Then it's 1 out of 10 in week 15. Then it's 1 out of 10 again in week 16. But in terms of how many people enter this contest, the final is very reasonable. Only 375 people. It's tough, but appropriately so. If you make the final, your min cash is still $750. And if you finish top 100, you're taking home $1,000. Even top 200 is $800. We finish top 10, we get up to $5K. And then the winner brings home $200,000. The Fast Puppy is a little bit tougher. 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, but 375. Overall, that's pretty reasonable for what you get if you do perform well. But Shamrock says, Jacobs is going high in redraft. Is he a steal in round 4? He's fine in round 4. I think him and Scatabo, because of the discount, are probably right now better clicks than someone like Breece Hall and Travis Etienne. Maybe even Kyron Williams, but I think that's going a little bit too far. I think waiting to round 4 and getting Jacobs is a very valuable asset at the moment. I usually just go with Scatabo more often than not, but both of them have like just enough red flags to still stay in the 4th. But yes, if I had to go yes or no, nothing in between, I would lean towards yes. I don't know if he is like a true steal, because there is some, there are some red flags. There's still a suspension risk. I doubt it, but it's possible. And then he also just kind of sucked in terms of yards and efficiency last season. Like, he was pretty brutal. If not for the touchdowns, he would not have paid off. So if there's touchdown regression, obviously he's a year older. He could get injured, of course, but so can anyone. Jacobs just has a few too many red flags, but if he plays all 17 games, he's definitely closer to a steal than not. But what's my number 1 target? Bengals Ravens? No, brother. If you couldn't guess, it's the Chargers hosting the Chiefs at SoFi. I think that game is going crazy. McDaniel against Mahomes, and the Chiefs might be fighting for their playoff life, if not the division. I think that game's going off the rails. I don't think the Chiefs defense got better. If anything, Chris Jones being a year older is a problem. And then by losing Jesse Minter, the Chargers defense is also just not as scary. A year older as well. Their secondary isn't a big issue. So I think the highest over-under will be Chargers Chiefs once we enter the week. Bengals Ravens on Thursday night, so that's the one area of concern. It's also outdoors, so you never know. But that one's high on the list. But in terms of just like what Vegas thinks, Chargers Chiefs is tied for second most total points on the slate, week 17 at the moment. So things can change. They might fall down the list, but if I had to guess, they would probably rise up after the Vegas projections adjust for the Mike McDaniel Chargers offense, as well as Mahomes, fully healthy. But theoretically, can 2 of your entries make the top 2? Absolutely. Theoretically, you could not just win first, but also second with 2 different teams. That is theoretically possible, especially if you build out that Chargers Chiefs stack, like I was saying, and it's correct. And like all your fucking teams have a shit ton of Chargers and Chiefs on them, and 2 of them just have the right ones. You only have to start 8 players. So in theory, if you have multiple teams that are very close to each other, you could finish first and second. But the closer teams you have overall, if you get something wrong, the more likely those teams just don't advance, and therefore your advance rate craters as well. There's a lot of variance by balancing out your exposures or locking in and calling your shots on certain individual players. There's a lot of different strategies, but really those defenses are still solid enough to scare me, but I respect it. They're not as scary as they once were. I think that they are not the same as they once were, but I understand believing that it's not the best game to target, but I think their defenses aren't as good as some people think. All right, before I move on, are there any members in this lobby? I believe Danimal and Amped Phil are members. Otherwise, I believe that's it. So 2 quick team reviews, and then we'll hop into another Fast Puppy right after this. I believe that's everyone, but if I am missing someone, then let me know. Let me know. All you got to do is drop a comment. Your username will come up in green. I'll know that you're a member, and I'll give you a team review, which you paid for. But Alan and Cam Ward on Amped Phil's team at pick 10. Solid enough. We got Genty, Derrick Henry, Blake Corum, Kenny Gainwell, Tank Bigsby, phenomenal at running back. Excellent. Terry at 39. He did not get Jaden Daniels, but that would have been a double week 7 bye at quarterback. Maybe that's why. I believe he had the option to, but he didn't take him. Carnell Tate, though, is stacked with Cam Ward, so all is fair. He got Rome Odunze to fall back in the 6th round. Maybe that's why he didn't take Jaden Daniels. He has Addison, Myers, Trey Tucker, Branch, and Surratt. Pretty legit. It checks out, but I wouldn't say there is a wide receiver one that I think is like truly elite. It would kind of shock me if in week 17 you had a true top 5 play at the position. Like, it's possible that they can hit, but the odds that Terry, Carnell Tate, Rome Odunze, or Addison finish with a top 5 performance in that, you know, the week that you need, it's a little bit low, if you ask me. It's not impossible, but overall the receiver room has a lot of volume, and it can get the job done. But Andrews, Gunnar Helm, and Theo Johnson feels very low ceiling as well at tight end. It gets it done, but I will say, the Allen pick really shows there is nothing wrong with running back, but I think receiver and tight end are just a little bit less inspiring than I might ideally hope for. There's nothing wrong with them. They can totally get it done. But yeah, this is an Allen team for sure, because it just feels a little bit capped at receiver and tight end. But maybe I'm wrong. I think the Rome Odunze click really saves you, so maybe Rome versus Tyler Warren would change this roster. But I think overall, especially if Rome and Carnell Tate do hit, you're in business. There's nothing wrong with this. It's just a Josh Allen team. That's kind of all I take away from it. An Allen team, and for an Allen team, it's not bad. It's one of the more viable Allen teams I think I've seen. So good job, Amped Phil. Not sure if you're still a member, but I remember you were in the past. So maybe that team review was for free. But Danimal is a member. We got Burrow, Goff, and Rodgers. Nothing wrong with that. Cook, Ken Walker, Javonte, Quinshawn, and Ramondre. So a lot of capital spent at running back, and then quarterback is not the cheapest either. So will it pose an issue? This already gets interesting. T. Higgins with Burrow is good. Diggs could just be massively mispriced, so a good click, but don't think he has like anything higher than like round 9, round 8 value at the max. I don't think he would ever be worth more than like pick 90, 95. Anywhere he signs. I think even if he's the Commanders receiver, unless Terry goes down, I'm not sure he would be more valuable than a top 100 pick, but still very valuable. Your receiver too, though, scares the shit out of me. Coker, Debo, also solid, but then Tesla, Judy, I've been talking myself into it, so actually that one's pretty solid. Kirk will get some targets. He will be relevant on an occasional week every now and then. And then Devon Vele, kind of worthless, but a random spike is also possible. Kraft and Kittle. So yeah, the test of this one is how lucky can you get at receiver, but in terms of CLV and just like who are good picks there, Diggs and Debo, totally legit. You might have to get lucky with these 4, but Coker could be the saving grace. And then Higgins, better not miss any games, but typically he always misses at least like 3, if not 5. I think the T. Higgins missed time might cost you. That's the one major issue on this team. Receiver, but running back will hit the flex all the time. Tight end doesn't need more than 2. Quarterback is solid. So good luck at receiver, bro. Good luck. But if T. Higgins misses a game or 3, that might be all you need to not advance. A little risky, but you can totally get away with it. But Odunican, welcome to the blunt rotation, my friend. It lists it twice. I'm not sure if there are multiple messages of this as an error, or it's just what it is. Maybe you signed up twice. I'm not sure, but appreciate that. Appreciate that very much for entering the blunt rotation. I don't think you were in that draft. If you were, let me know. But oh shit, First Damn Fantasy was. Let me go back to that. My bad. But yes, we are running another draft. Absolutely Cave Space, but we're also giving our members the team reviews. That was in the Fast Puppy. Where the hell is it? Here we go. Which team were you? Oh, you're Amped Phil. You're Amped Phil. Gotcha. I'm burnt with seeing what room would leave, and it wasn't much. Thanks, bro. Nice team yourself. Appreciate that, Danimal. Yeah, the team feels solid, especially if Dak Prescott does not get injured. I think I'm fine with those two. But there is some major injury concern. Maybe if Dart misses time, this team just doesn't advance because of that problem. But I think going back to some of the 2 quarterback builds at this point in time is probably worth it for me, because I have a lot more 3 quarterback teams as opposed to 2. If I had to guess, my ratio right now is like 70-30 on the 3 quarterback builds. So I've been a little bit more inclined as of late to just take 2. And take 2 quarterbacks I really like, feel like they could both be top 10 plays, and just stick with that. But gotcha, Odunacan. Appreciate that. But I don't think you were in this lobby. I don't believe it. And I think we reviewed everyone. I'm curious what Anthony did. Actually, you know what? Best Ball on Call was in this lobby. Haven't drafted with him in a minute, and he's a good friend of the channel. So a day 1 watcher of these live streams, I'm going to take a look at Anthony's team. With a Lamar Bo Nix team already sold on it. CMC, Devon Achane, Chris Rodriguez. Coleman is gross, but attacking it with volume is fine. We also have Samson and Ray Davis on this team, so I can tolerate the Jonah Coleman click, especially with only 2 quarterbacks. There's also only 2 tight ends, so the receiver room should look decent. With 8 of them, he has Flowers stacked up, Waddle stacked up, BTJ at 66. That's a very nice click. And then Alec Pierce, Jaden Reed, Denzel Boston, Pat Bryant, and Kyle Williams. All is fine with that. The pick 90 Jaden Reed is pretty nice. And then Kyle Pitts, Chigo Conquo. Phenomenal team from Tika 144. Excellent team. There is the chance that CMC goes down. There's the world where Jonah Coleman is worthless. Same with Dylan Sampson. Same with Ray Davis. But I think he does get enough out of Chris Rodriguez and the receivers to hit the flex often enough where all he really needs is for CMC and Achane to stay healthy. That's really the only reason why I don't think this team can pay off. So excellent team, Anthony. Love it. Nice job. Good luck. All right. We're going to move on, though. We're going to draft another fast puppy. And a reminder, this thing is filling fast. We have less than 6,000 entries left in this contest. Basically, exactly 500 of them. 555 still available left in this contest. That's less than 3%. So I'm going to hop in. We will give you a countdown, but it will be a little bit faster. I'm going to ramp up the clock, the timer. It's probably going to be like a 7-second if I had to guess, but starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Entering the fast puppy. 6 spots remaining. It is eligible. But K-Space, our guy is looking baked. Do I? I mean, a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But it is what it is. Was trying to build the most balanced team after taking Josh Allen that I could. So I am happy with it. I will say, for an Allen team, I was overall impressed that the build never fell off the rails. There was never anything that I was really against with your picks, but a lot of friends in family in this one. We got A-Rod, Underdogs Anonymous at pick 1, Amped Phil, First Damn Fantasies back in at pick 2, Game Type pulled the 103, Go Horns at pick 4. All 4 of you are members of the Blunt Rotation. We got Dirty Randy 11, not sure if you're watching, Smoliterus at pick 6. UCF Jaguar at pick 8, Danimal at pick 9, the Burgess at pick 10, Fazul at 11, and then Albie at the 12. Looks like we have 7 team reviews to do other than mine. Appreciate everyone. Good luck. And do me a favor, if you're enjoying this live stream, hit that like button. We got 61 people watching, 21 likes. That would be excellent if you can help me out in the algorithm. But we'll be live for another 2 hours at least, so definitely a few more opportunities to enter these live streams. And I will say, I will probably be done at 4:20. I think we'll be drafting until 4:20. But if we can get enough likes, we'll see later down the stretch what that number is going to be. But maybe I'll do one more when we hit 4:20. Maybe I'll draft until 5 p.m. just to close out this contest. But we get pick 7, and everything goes according to ADP. So my rank says Amon-Ra. Never an issue with that. It is Leo season. Let's take the sun god himself. Let's go Amon-Ra. Never upset with Amon-Ra in round 1. But Quincy did not get in. Jets drop bombs, missed it as well. Smash that like, says FF Nerd. Appreciate that. And A-Rod, 2 straight 101 picks. Something bad is going to happen to me soon. Maybe Gibbs. Maybe Gibbs goes down. Don't tell Jiri. This would crush our boy Jiri. What if Gibbs goes down? Fuck. Here's the thing. Pick 101 has, like, typically been cursed. Like, the 101 is genuinely, like, not the pick that actually pays off year over year. It's, like, sometimes a terrible pick. Sometimes the 101 is just cursed. But typically, it's just that it doesn't quite pay off. Sometimes it's just the fact that they're a little bit less consistent than you would like, a few less touchdowns. Worst case scenario, I think, is Gibbs gets hurt. Otherwise, he's like, at worst, running back 3 on the year in points per game. But listening while I cut grass now, well, the whisper is not gonna overpower the mower. That's for sure. But Ken Walker goes, would have loved Ken Walker there. But given we started Amon-Ra, I think I'll just take Achane. I don't have a shit ton of Achane, so it will be fine for the sake of my exposures. But I've actually been wanting to take more A.J. Brown teams lately. I might mix it in later. I can always take A.J. Brown above ADP, but getting 1 receiver, 1 running back the first 2 rounds is usually the move. And if I had to guess, Smoliteris would have taken Achane, the running back, at pick 19. In general, all of the running backs in round 2, they're all worth it. All of the running backs are good picks in the second. The third round is where it gets interesting. The third round might not be that much different than the fourth, actually. It's possible that the 4th round running backs, even some of the 5th round guys, could be better. Not just values, but just in straight up points, might score more than some of the 3rd round running backs. But Odunican also missed it. Better luck next time. But Sladen says, if Gibbs goes down, my 20% Connor is printing money. You're at 20% James Conner. I mean, you would assume that's exactly who they bring in. Maybe it's Najee Harris, though. Maybe Najee just crushes your dreams. But no, James Conner would be the perfect fit if Gibbs were to go down. Maybe they would get desperate, though. Maybe they'd go Caleb Johnson. What if Caleb Johnson, 4th string running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, is actually the play? It's not, but what if? Wouldn't that just be hilarious? That would be something, right? But A-Rod says, I'm getting weird with this one. He takes Allen at pick 25. Jahmyr Gibbs, Rashi, and Josh Allen. I'm on the clock. I haven't updated my ranks in a bit, so I used to rank Travis up here. He's fallen significantly, so I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to take Egbuka on this one. Some people are Flowers there. I trust Flowers. I think he's fine, but I will also just take Ibuka. But Cedar says Ditto. Dirty. I'm not sure what you're saying, but the FF Nerd, we all remember CMC at 101 2 years ago. I know that's why there's Jordan Mason truthers out there. The Jordan Mason truthers remember that like the back of their hand. But yo, what's up, Goofy Chicken? Thank you for popping in. Very grateful to have you in the lobby today, but hope they double down on CMC. Are you pro CMC or anti CMC? If I had to guess, Goofy, you're just taking CMC over those receivers. The running back gets your money back strategy was coined by Goofy Chicken himself, and appreciate you hopping in. We got Rel in here as well. What's up, Tyrell? Appreciate that, but he's telling me don't speak ill on Gibbs. I know, right? You don't want to speak it into existence, but it's always... I like to think there is a 15% chance baseline on every single player getting hurt. A 15% chance. Odds are it's not going to happen. Confident enough to say it won't happen, but it's not a 0% chance. That is for sure. But I'm not going to test fate. I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm sure Jiri would also appreciate it if I never said that. So we're not sure. I won't say it again, but contingent upside is there for Pacheco and maybe James Conner in the worst case of events. But back on the clock, Cam Scatabo is here. I don't think I can help myself. Like I was saying, it's possible that the round 4 running backs are better straight up, not just as values, than round 3 guys. And one of my favorites there is Scatabo. I've been trying to click Jacobs a little bit more often, but in this one, UCF Jaguar takes Jacobs ahead of me, so I don't have the option. It is what it is. But Shioni Vaki. Nope. Not worried about Shioni Vaki, but Sladen says, imagine the horrible AI-generated thumbnails in 3 weeks when Connor signs with the Cowboys. Lots of outs for Connor. You would think he will be shipped. You would think at the very least he will demand to be cut. And odds are they grant the request. I don't think they would have drafted Algier if they weren't a little bit excited to move off of James Conner. And then by doubling down on that with Jeremiah Love, the writing's on the wall. There's no point in them having James Conner. But sometimes teams just like the veteran presence. Sometimes he's there to help develop the young guy. And then it's also possible that James Conner does get shipped out of town. And just like last season, has 2 games and doesn't play the third. James Conner's also eligible to just be washed and have too much injury risk to be relevant. There's also that. But in general, you would assume if Connor's playing next season, it's not for the Arizona Cardinals. But the Cowboys would be wild. I'd be pretty shocked with the Cowboys. I think the way the Cowboys have operated since the Ezekiel Elliott contract, for them to actually give Javonte Williams some real money, I'd be very surprised if they brought in James Conner. That is not at the top of my bingo card in terms of landing spots. Had I taken Zay Flowers, Lamar would be an excellent pick here. It's still, though, a pretty obvious excellent pick, but I think I'm just going to go Carnell Tate. I think I'm just going to take Carnell Tate and bet on the 4th overall pick. It was kind of a weak draft class this year. I'm not convinced that Jeremiah Love at 3 overall, nor Carnell Tate at 4 overall are actually as good as maybe Jamar Chase was the 5th overall pick. I wouldn't go that far. Carnell Tate is not Jamar Chase, but we usually have to pay way more of a premium for someone like this. And the Brian Daboll receiver, year over year, is getting a shit ton of targets. Neighbors had 170 his rookie season. He also missed 2 games, so he was on pace for 192. And then in that same season, Wan'Dale Robinson had 140 targets. So even if Wan'Dale is a target monster. It's still possible that Carnell Tate is just going nuclear in terms of volume. In full PPR, I think Carnell Tate is one of the best picks in the 5th round. We're only in a half PPR, and the O-line for the Titans is still kind of dog shit. So I'm a little bit worried about touchdowns. However, in terms of volume, I think there is a world where Carnell Tate just breaks the game open and is just one of those guys that wasn't just worth a 5th round pick. Not only that, but a 4th round, maybe even 3rd round pick. I doubt it. But next year, among all these 5th round options, if you told me one of them goes in the 3rd round next season, not the 5th round, I think it would be Carnell Tate. Coming back around, though, we have quarterbacks available to us. And I just rank Drake May above the rest of them. I don't think you have to stack up Drake May to take him. It would be nicer to have A.J. Brown. Maybe I should have taken him instead of Devon Achane. But I think ideally I would have gone like Jonathan Taylor, A.J. Brown, and then paired up Drake May. So maybe on the next team we'll do that. But even the backstacks I think are really nice on Drake May. He was an MVP candidate with Stephon Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, and Mac Hollins as his top 3 wideouts. I don't worry about Drake May with the receiver upgrades he got in free agency this year. He still has Kayshon Boutte. Worst case scenario, there's still that. And then there's also Romeo Doubs in addition to A.J. Brown. Drake May, I think, will stay healthier than Jaden Daniels. I think he is justifiably the quarterback 3, not Jaden Daniels. But dirty thoughts about Caleb Johnson, right? Isn't that just the most disgusting thing to realize that you're wish casting Caleb Johnson? I've never drafted Caleb Johnson. I've not gotten that crazy, but I have thought about it. We're who could be those scroll down running backs that actually could be relevant in terms of young guys who still have something to prove, might have someone willing to take a chance on them? Caleb Johnson is pretty much the only one who might be the most obvious trade candidate on his rookie deal. If a team was going to cut ship entirely on a rookie running back who they just drafted last year, it's clearly Caleb Johnson by far over everyone else. But here, I'm just going to pull up Rico Dowdle. I don't believe he'll make it back, and he's one of my favorite picks in this range. So just going to scoop that up. 2 straight seasons for Rico with 1,000 rushing yards. And when he did that in Dallas, he wasn't the starter until week 10, basically. He was mixing in with Ezekiel Elliott very seldom in the first month of the season. And then October was pretty much at best 50% of the work. And then down the stretch, Zeke went down. Dowdle had some 100-yard total games. Zeke came back, and Dowdle just kept him off the field. Dowdle had 1,000+ rushing yards in an incomplete season 2 years ago for Mike McCarthy. Last year, he had 1,000 rushing yards as well in what you might also consider a slightly incomplete season, at least not as the RB1. So while I don't think he will be clearly RB1, I think he will be used more consistently this year than ever before. And in this system, I think he pays off well, especially if Warren goes down. I think we have a very valuable option. Elite spike week ability showcased last year. He can drop 200 rushing yards in 1 week. So I don't mind just reaching up on Rico Dowdle, just getting the guy I like the most at this position. Very coveted, and sometimes you do fall behind pretty quickly. But here, I've been pulling up Ricky Pearsall a lot. I think he's a phenomenal pick. It opens us up to the Brock Purdy stack if he falls. However, I'm also kind of tempted to just take Sam Laporta. I've been wanting to get more of him, and actually I am going to do that. I'm going to take Sam Laporta instead. Laporta on occasion falls back to me, but I'm not totally convinced that will happen. I might get sniped by the JMO drafter. I might get sniped by the Gibbs drafter. But by taking Laporta, I further incentivize the Jared Goff selection, and it makes it even more likely I can just push him to 114 and get him at a good price. But these next 2 rounds, I do want my quarterback 2, especially if I want to stop with just 2. I think that's the move. So while maybe I could get a super late Aaron Rodgers if I get like Pittman in the next round, I also have Rico. That's kind of the only stack other than oh no, I also have Baker. I kind of forgot I had Ibuka on this team. So perhaps wide receiver 4 could have been the better play there, but who knows? You never know what'll fall back to you. It's all fine, especially if we get Goff. It's all gonna look good. But Slayton, it'd be fun just to see Caleb play somewhere. Looking forward to watching guys Lloyd and Brooks this year, hoping well for Caleb too. Right? Isn't that the concept? We all want to see these guys perform well. Like, some guys just get a really bad situation. I don't think playing for Aaron Rodgers helped him, you know, but it's possible that like Arthur Smith really held him back and, you know, limited his development. I wasn't convinced that Caleb Johnson was going to be elite last year, but I think he has something left in the tank. He looked decent in college, so there's still a chance he could deliver. I wouldn't write him off entirely, but I'm tempted to go with like Matthew Golden here, but if Michael Wilson's available, I'll take him here. I don't have much Michael Wilson, but past pick 100 for the upside he did have last season. Like, how many other receivers can actually handle like a 15 target week and put up like a 2 touchdown, 160-yard game? Like, last year, Michael Wilson did fucking crush. And I hate taking Marvin Harrison. I hate taking Trey McBride. I still don't love taking any Arizona Cardinal, but for the price, Michael Wilson played too well last year to fully dismiss. And so I will just take him here because I kind of need a receiver. That's kind of like the main reason. Myers is fine. Golden might make it back. Myers might even make it back. But there was a time when Michael Wilson was being drafted at like pick 70, and I never took him there. Now that he's settling at like 100-ish, I've never really seen him in the 110s. So I'll just take Michael Wilson. His upside was too high last season to full fade. But the FF Nerd says, Connor, my favorite late round pick. No way he stays RB3 on the cards. He's too good, at least needs to be RB2 somewhere. You would think so. You think some team would be interested to either trade for him, or he's earned such cachet in the organization, it'd be the classy move to just grant his trade request. But Goff does get sniped. Dobbins is still there, though. And at 114, I think I'm just going to take J.K. Dobbins. An ADP of 98. UCF Jaguar wanted to snipe me instead of getting the fall on Dobbins. So I'll just take the fall on Dobbins. I have Drake May, so I do have my elite quarterback. Maybe drafting Romeo Dobbs was the play, but I think the unique combo of getting J.K. Dobbins here, I think, is just it, basically. But essentially what happened is we took Dobbins above ADP. We took Laporta at ADP, and then Michael Wilson fell less. It's kind of a unique combo, though, because Laporta, Michael Wilson, and Dobbins all go basically at the 8-9 turn. And so to have 3 of those players is perhaps a very unique, seldom drafted combination. In that respect, I think it checks out. It might be more unique to have 3 guys that go 96, 97, and 98. I guess Wilson goes 101, but you catch my drift. 3 of those guys that are usually bunched in together. I've never seen Dobbins past Mason. At least haven't seen it in quite a long time. It's been a minute. But K-Space says, Team 1 gets DJ Moore. It's say goodnight. Team 1 passed on DJ Moore. DJ Moore picked 58. Team 1 took Mike Evans and Luther Burden ahead of DJ Moore. But worst case scenario, I wind up with Tyler Shuck here, and there's also a nice backstack for him. So No issue regardless. Smoliterus snipes me on Baker. So I will just take... Am I taking Tyler Shuck? Am I doing that? I think so. He is the best value here, in my opinion. Would have been much better to get Baker. So honestly, worth pushing it. The team in front of me just didn't want me to have him. I understand raking Baker over Tyler Shuck. Definitely fair. But I totally think that was a snipe pick, not just an ADP fall, because Bo Nix has the same bye week. It's completely unstacked, but he could just take Jalen McMillan, so it's not that big of a deal. I think it's understandable. He may not have thought about my team at all, but the double week 10 bye is a reason not to do it. And then he also had the bring back with London versus Tyler Shuck. So to backstack with Jalen McMillan and Cade Otton is always viable, but it's possible he just did not want me to have him, which is totally fine. I don't really care. It would have been nice, but it's not the end of the world. Avi Hoffman says, I like AJ Brown over Achane. I think that's a decent call. Don't think that's crazy, but I'm high, on Tate. I mean, I only took him like, 3 picks above ADP? There are scenarios where like some positive camp reports or like some clips from camp where he really looks studded. It is possible he moves up dramatically because of that investment in him in the draft. But I have Sam Laporta, so I think I can push tight end. I think just grabbing Jalen Coker here is pretty valuable. I'm going to let the team behind me have Jalen McMillan. I think I'd rather have Jalen Coker on this team. The double Tampa Bay receiver, maybe not the most critical thing, but I assume he takes him here, only has 3 receivers. I'm willing to pass on Jake Ferguson, though. It's not the end of the world. I already have Laporta, so that's all fine. It is not the end of the world, but Team 1, DJ Moore is coming right to you. He passed, brother. He passed. He did not see the value in the DJ Moore stack, but Avi says something about Dolphins this season, says they go 3-14. I think they could be even worse. I think 2-15 is definitely possible, but yeah, the Dolphins either have like the number 1 overall pick or at best like the number 3, number 4 overall pick. 100% the Dolphins are drafting top 4 in next year's draft. They might already be on the clock, but I'm way behind. I'm very behind myself. But Avi says Drake May in round 6 is crazy. Should be 5, really. I think what was funny about Drake May, if you were drafting back in February, back in January even, when he was a playoff sensation and like made the Super Bowl, his price was in the 4th round. Back in February, he was going in the 4th round. And then it was so disgusting, he fell to the late 6th. He fell like 25 picks, and then he has only risen like 4 or 5 picks back up the board. So I think you make a fair argument here. I think Allen in the 4th is correct. I think Lamar should go at the 4-5 turn, and then I think Drake May should probably go somewhere in the 5th. And then Jaden Daniels is like a 5-6 turn, and then I believe that Justin Herbert is more of a 6th-round pick. Those are my top 5 quarterbacks in my rankings, but Hunter Henry still here. That is the stack I needed. Let's tack him on. Hunter Henry, come on down. One of my favorite picks overall. We do get the stack with Drake May. And if you really think about Denver, he gets Pat Surtain on the defense there. Drake May might not be the best play, but he could also just find himself in a shootout against the Sean Payton Denver Broncos. And if anyone is limited by Pat Surtain, it's AJ Brown, not Hunter Henry. So last year down the stretch, the Denver Broncos were a very, very good matchup for the tight end position. They started giving up a lot of touchdowns in the last like 5-6 games. They became a top 5 matchup for the position. So I think that could happen again. I don't think they will focus as much on Hunter Henry week 17, then on stopping AJ Brown. So could get a 2-touchdown week at a Hunter Henry. Any given matchup, he has 20-point upside. Love him in best ball. And on the season, I think he is one of the top 15 scorers at the position. I think there's an argument that Hunter Henry puts up more points straight up than Mark Andrews, Jake Ferguson, Goddard possibly, Chig went at 125. I think Hunter Henry can outscore Chig. And then Isaiah Likely is also a major gamble. So there are some guys going above him that I think you could argue are either just as productive, just as valuable, or maybe even less or so. Hunter Henry, one of my favorite picks of them all, especially with Drake May. But do we have to draft Isaiah Davis now? No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. 166, a big fall on Naylor and Trey Tucker. If Zero Fucks is watching, he's going to tell me it's blasphemous to pass on Trey Tucker. My rank on Trey Tucker is 146. So at 162, come on down. I feel pretty good about that click compared to some of the others here. Trey Tucker should be going in the 13th round. So mid 14th. That feels nice. Let's go. Albie in the house. I was hoping Rico would fall to me. Not today, Albie. Not today. Which makes it even better of a pick. Knowing that you would have taken him means he would not have made it back. I took him where he needed to go. Rico deserves to be a 7th round pick. Absolutely. Maybe you can argue that Jaylen Warren should still be more valuable than him, but I think back-to-back, Jaylen Warren, Rico Dowdle is how I have it. And I have Rico ranked ahead of Jaylen Warren. But I'm not going to tell you that Warren needs to fall down the board significantly. I just think Rico needs to move up. Avi Hoffman says, I see so many scat haters. Round 4 is good value. LOL. Some leagues might drop to the 5th. I think in your typical average redraft league, there's going to be a lot more instances where Scatterbo is a 5th rounder than a 4th. But I think sharp drafters that just are less risk averse will understand the upside value of Scatterbo, and I like to consider myself one of them. I understand the risk, but if you're not risking it, you are not playing for first place. You have to take on some risk from time to time. But Goofy Chicken and Quill in the house. Avi Hoffman says, Tyler Warren is the guy I want this season. He is set up to crush. Absolutely set up to crush. But Who Hames says, I will not root for Caleb Johnson. Okay. I mean, you don't like a good underdog story, Who Hames? You don't like coming back against all odds? There are many stories about this, from stretching far and wide. Many myths about this. I'm on the clock, though. What the fuck am I doing here? Shit, not great. I might just take Sean Tucker. I don't have much Samson though. Fuck it. I'll just go Samson. Just increase my exposure to him. He's a legit handcuff from that standpoint alone. All these guys are, but I know exactly what I'm getting if Quinshon Judkins goes down. A clear workhorse and also eligible to catch like 6+ receptions. Week 1, when Judkins did not play for the Browns last season, Samson got the start. They had Jerome Ford on the field, and Samson still had 20+ touches, 8 targets, 7 catches. I believe he also scored a touchdown. There is enough in the tank to really provide upside if he's called upon. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee with Tank Bigsby, but the argument's pretty much the same. Bigsby versus Samson could just be the guy you need if there's an injury. But Sladen says, LOL, we will root for Caleb over Martinez. If I know Who Hames, he would much rather root for Damian Martinez than Caleb Johnson. If I know Who Hames like I think I know him, especially if he's taken this stance, I know he kind of has a soft spot for Damian Martinez. But what's up, Jiri? Let's go. Thank you for popping in. I am way behind on the chat. Holy shit. As always, I'm fucking really... Oh, sweet. We can still just take Sean Tucker if we want. I I think I'd rather go Katron. I took Sean Tucker in the last one, so I think I'd rather just go Katron Allen. Getting a commander running back, I think, is always a wise move, and I'm not the most fond of JCM. I think he's a little overpriced. I think Rashad is fine, but kind of being drafted at his ceiling. Not convinced he pays off more than like one extra round of production than that. The 100s on Rashad is pretty fair, but JCM is either an excellent pick or one of the worst picks on the board, and I lean more towards the worst pick on the board, rather invest in Katron at his cost. So I'm getting my 6th running back, not the most necessary thing all the time. If anything, I kind of need a New Orleans Sate on this roster, but where did Kamara go? Was Kamara pulled up heavily? Kamara got... Oh, I took Trey Tucker instead of Kamara. That's what happened. Yeah, the discount on Trey Tucker is what I opted for. I think that was a fair choice. I have no regrets on that. But Kamara would have made a lot of sense on this team as well. But yeah, the bring back for Dobbins and Drake May, that's also there. The Broncos versus Patriots. But in general, Dobbins is usually not healthy. Week 17. But I think the preferred stack for me, A-Rod, is actually Kincaid. And that's what you got. That's what you got. But drafting Cade Otton is like buying dog food on sale when you own no animals. That's one way to put it. Otton is pretty uninspiring. I will say that. But you never know. Any guy can just be the guy you need for touchdowns. But if that's the bet I'm making, it's not the most exciting bet to be making. But Purple Haze is the voodoo. Is real stay away. Good to know, Fido. We will stay away. Okay. Last 2 clicks. I think some receivers are definitely in store here. I think Kayshon Boutte would fit the team. Grabbing the booty on this one. But if anything, Keenan will go first. I'm going to go Keenan first. Keenan's been moving up the board. His wife reportedly confirmed the rumors that he will play this season. And if that's going to be the case, there's going to be more people inclined to draft Keenan Allen around this turn than Kayshon Boutte. Typically, if one goes undrafted at this point in time, it's Keenan. So the order of getting them is completely irrelevant as long as both are on the roster. That's more important. Those are the 2 guys I want on this team. And so I'll just take Keenan Allen first. The unstacked Tyler Shuck is odd, but it is what it is. I didn't take Juwan Johnson. I took Hunter Henry instead. And then I took Trey Tucker instead of Kamara. But to advance, we have to finish top 2. Tyler Shuck is the option. I'm just betting that Drake May is the piece I need. But I don't have many stacks on this team. I will say that's probably something missing on this one. The stacking partners, but 2026 Dolphins are going to be really similar to the Jets with Justin Fields. 100%. Very good comparison. I would say the same, but I don't think so. I don't think so, K-Space. I think if you told me the Cardinals can do it, that's more likely. Honestly, I think the Jets are more likely to get 5 wins than the Dolphins. I don't see it with the Dolphins. I just don't see it. But this last pick, it's still there. I think I played that correctly. Maybe they would have both been available, but at least Keenan got locked up and Kayshon made it back. So this is the roster. Might have one too many receiver, but I think the 2-6-8-2 is fine every now and then. We have Drake May, Tyler Shuck, Devon Achane, Cam Scatterbo, Rico Dowdle, J.K. Dobbins, Dylan Sampson, Katron Allen, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Emeka Egbuka, Carnell Tate, Michael Wilson, Jalen Coker, Trey Tucker, Keenan Allen, Kayshon Boutte, Sam Laporta, and Hunter Henry. I think if there was one pick I kind of wish I changed, it was probably... Maybe it was just taking Michael Wilson. I think if I just took Goff instead of Michael Wilson, I think I would like this team a lot more. Because we'd have the double stack in Detroit. But I got sniped by one pick on Goff. It just is what it is. The lobby didn't allow for it. And then I got sniped by one pick on Baker. Both teams took him unstacked. So that's just what happened, you know. They got the backstack with Tesla, the backstack with Ted Hurst. It's always viable, but one pick away, being in the middle sometimes is an annoying factor. Sometimes the fall you need just doesn't make it there because somebody just says, wow, Goff fell way too far. I'm just going to take him. Wow, Baker fell way too far. I'm just going to take him. Oh, do you need him? Well, fuck you. That's what happened in this one. We got a lot of team reviews, but if anything, I need to catch up with the chat. Malik is the truth. He'll give you some spikes, but I don't believe in actually winning games. He's the Jacoby Brissett this year of quarterbacks, but I don't think so. I think based on the fill rate on the Fast Puppy, that's the move today, Nikai. I think I'll avoid the BBB, but Tyquan Thornton is a smash pick right now in round 18. He's fine. He's not bad. I'd prefer to take him, though, on a Mahomes or Herbert team for the bring back. I don't think you have to add him all of the time, but yeah, I mean, Allen for the price is much different. It's just the cost of third round capital, why he's just fine. That's the main thing. But ideally, you want to stack every quarterback. I tried to, it just wasn't in the cards. The ADP led me in different directions. But Connor to the Giants, maybe. I wouldn't bet on it, but it's possible, I suppose. I wouldn't expect it. Gotcha, Who Hames. Would rather just be right that Caleb sucks. That's aging pretty well so far. But yeah. He did get Kincaid. Jets drop bombs has heard 4% blanket for the first time the other day. Thoughts on the concept with a large number of teams? Yeah, if you really want to be covering all bases, then sure. I think there are some players that you really just never need, like Ayuk, for instance, Caleb Johnson, for instance. But if you have a shit ton of volume, then that's totally fine. But I think some players you do want to make sure you only get at a cost, at a value, at an ADP fall. I think there's some players you should have on a fade list. I don't think it should just be blanket, at least 4%. Some of those 4% clicks, I think, still need to be at a tremendous value. But please, with your last pick, get Caleb Johnson, right? Yeah. If anything, this team just died because I didn't take Caleb Johnson. But Lamar Jackson in the 6th round, that's always great. Connor to Green Bay, that'd be kind of shocking, but I suppose it is possible. I think if Jacobs misses time, it's going to be, let's see what we got in Marshawn Lloyd, and then maybe see what we got in Damian Martinez. They have both of those guys in Green Bay, but I could also envision maybe, given the brother coach trading to the other brother, Arizona to Green Bay is a possible trade outcome. Perhaps Connor to Green Bay could happen, but if I had to guess, Connor to the Lions would make the most sense. Debo should go to the Ravens. I wouldn't mind it. I think that backfield would be really fun to watch with Lamar Jackson lining up with Derrick Henry on one side, Debo Samuel on the other. That'd be pretty fun to watch, but we'll see. I think Debo is probably a Colt if Keenan's not there, and then after that, Debo probably chases a ring and maybe goes back to the San Francisco 49ers, maybe goes to the Rams, or just goes to the Ravens, like you said. But I don't think Metcalf is retiring. I don't think Debo's retiring. I doubt it. But Vele, nah, I'm not dying to take Vele in general. But I will bet you the Dolphins get over 5 wins. You down, bro? If they do, you send me merch or whatever you want. Give me a membership. And if they don't, I'll buy a membership. You know what? Sure, K-Space. Sure. $5. I mean, I don't really want to make a bet with someone just in the chat. I'm not going to lie. Like, if I'm going to make a bet, I kind of want to do it with someone that I'm live streaming with. That's also, like, that's the only thing about it. Like, I don't really want to give you my information, but you know what? Sure. Virtual handshake. The Dolphins win 5 games or less. You're setting the line here at 5.5, right? You're hitting the over on 5 wins. That's 6, right? Be precise. Is the line 5.5 or 4.5? I'll take it at 5.5. I'll take the under on 5.5. But if you want it to be 4.5, I think more than $5 because I have to split this with YouTube. It's really not that worth it for me. Not gonna lie, but Danimal, good team. I wish I had more stacking partners than just Hunter Henry. That's the only thing about this team I don't love. But at least we got the bring back with Dobbins. But even though I went tight end late, I could see an outcome where it works out. Still, despite no real nuclear upside with them. Sadiq, first round tight end. Freiermuth has McCarthy back and no... Okay. Yeah. Sadiq, Freiermuth. I don't take Sadiq ever. But, Ferguson? I don't know, man. There's a lot of information there. It's not the best tight end room you could piece together, but Freiermuth is always valuable. Peter Piranha, do you have a full fade list? I'm full out on Saquon, McBride, Harvey. McBride is pretty much on the list. I almost never take McBride. I'm kind of full fade on Chuba, basically. He hasn't fallen to where I'm taking him. I took him earlier today, but just for exposure purposes. A 2% is basically full fade on, in my opinion. Otherwise, there's not too many players that I'm completely ignoring. I do think Breece Hall is really expensive. So is Jeremiah Love. I don't take them that often. If it wasn't best ball, I would never take them. Like in redraft, I'm just not interested. But there's no one that really qualifies as like a complete fade. Oh, maybe Harold Fannin. I almost never take Harold Fannin. That feels like a viable option. I never take Brissett. I don't ever take him. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but definitely some guys I'm like extremely low on. Like Chuba, for instance. But okay. We got a bet, K-Space. If you're gonna actually drop a super chat, sure. We got a bet. The Dolphins. You think the Dolphins will get 5 wins? So 4.5. Okay, I'll take the under on 4.5. Sure. Let's do it. But merch fresh from the cat box. Yeah, that might happen. No, I don't think we'll go this far. But I firmly disagree. They're getting 4 or less. I believe they are outright tanking. An NFL team can't really tank in terms of the players, but the owner can tank. The owner can set them behind. The Dolphins owner, I don't think helped them out at all. The receiver room is just god awful. But I don't think they get 5 wins. I really don't. Chuba blanket 4%. Nah, I have him like 2%. But do what you want to do, man. Everyone's in a different spot. Not everyone gets site credit to play with, so I'm going to be more risky than some other people. I had part of my bankroll just completely funded, you know, in a way that typically is not the case. So maybe I'm more risky than some other people should be. But UCF Jaguar, my bad on Goff. I wanted Herbert to go with Ladd and QJ, but he got taken. Oh, don't worry. I don't need Herbert on every team, bro. I definitely don't need Herbert on every team. If I'm going to be a guest on someone's channel, I feel the urge to take him even more often. But in general, I should probably take less of him. I have a lot already, so no worries there. If anything, I kind of do want people to snipe me. Especially on this team, I didn't have a single Charger on this one, so it didn't make sense for me to force Justin Herbert on this one. But I'd be surprised if they get 2 wins. They are garbage. I think 2 is my true projection, but I think 3 or 4 always can be fluky and happen. You know, randomly something crazy could just happen in the 4th quarter. So 5, I think, is too optimistic. I will go 4 or less. I'll take the bet. But all right, I've caught up with the chat. We got a few team reviews. Let me do these as quick as possible. Albie has Dart, Love, and Bryce Young. James Cook, Saquon, Tyrone Tracy, Emmett Johnson, Marshawn Lloyd. Kind of top heavy at running back. I don't love the 2 handcuffs, but there is some upside there. Neighbors, Tet, Watson, Rome, Alec Pierce, Boston, and Darnell Mooney. If Neighbors hits, you're in business. Typically, I want 8 receivers with Neighbors, but I think at this point in time, it's a little bit less necessary. Having 5 by Alec Pierce totally is a decent call. Fannin, though, likely, and Gunnar Helm. One of them is stacked. Neighbors is stacked. You have Christian Watson stacked. Bryce Young is also stacked. I don't believe you have any bringbacks, though. I don't think so. Yeah, that's the one complaint. No bringbacks, but maybe they are just overrated. After all, Burgess is in here. He has Dak, Malik Willis, and Stroud. Chase Brown, Kyron, Blake Corum, Rashad White, Jordan Mason. No issue with those 5, but maybe a lot of money spent on those 2 positions. Lamb, Adams, Moore, Tyson, Flournoy, Keon Coleman, Jalen Tolbert. Okay, so this is pretty gross. Sadiq, Hawkinson, and Freiermuth. Yeah, don't love the tight end room. Freiermuth really saves you, but I really don't like Hawkinson and Kenyon Sadiq. And then these 3 are kind of not that important, but the top 4 are good enough. Running back is great. You got your boy Chase Brown in the second, mind you. And then quarterback checks out definitely fine at quarterback. The unstacked CJ Stroud, though, that makes no sense at all. The Stroud pick is very unnecessary. I'd prefer if Stroud was somebody else. Because you reached on him. You took him well above ADP. Stroud over Darnold, over Daniel Jones. I guess the position kind of dried up a little bit, so I guess it's fine, but it's just an odd pick. It doesn't need to be there. But I guess to advance, the third quarterback is fine. Danimal's in here. We got Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers. The 3-4-9-2. Interesting. Genty, Henry, Travis, and Jadarian Price. Fine stopping there. Flowers, Metcalf, Godwin, Wandale, Diggs, Wicks, Dell, Kirk, and Horton. And then Pitts and Andrews. All fine with that. Maybe another running back instead of receiver 9. 9 receivers always a little bit unnecessary, but I think if I was going to do something, I could see a third tight end hit the lineup more often than one of these last 3-round receivers. I think maybe the third tight end instead of 9th receiver would have been my preference, because I actually think you have a decent top 5 with these guys, but you waited a long time for number 6, so I kind of understand, but legitimately, I don't know if you need 9 overall, but that's totally fine. No major issue. Tight end 3 could have helped, though. Like, tight end 3, instead of Dontavian Wicks, at 177, had you just taken Freiermuth, Gunnar Helm, or AJ Barner was also there. I like AJ Barner. I like Dulcich. I think you may have taken Tank Dell or Dontavian Wicks a little unnecessarily. Compared to tight end, I think there's actually a little safer bet on some of those guys. So that's the only click I would have done differently. Everything else is pretty sweet. We have Go Horns in this lobby. If I'm skipping over you, like, I believe UCF Jaguar is definitely watching, but not sure if you're a member. If you are Jaguar, please let me know. Happy to take a look, but I don't believe you're a member. Go Horns is, though. He signed up recently. Herbert and Stafford, Jeremiah Love, DeAndre Swift, Travion Henderson, Merritt, Mike Washington. For a Jeremiah Love team, it's kind of hard to see it. I just don't really see this team advancing because Love is a low advance piece. He might hit, but Travion is really, really hard to trust. And then so is JCM. So I think a lot is hinging on Swift and just Love really crushing. But maybe the spikes on Travion and JCM work out because Mike Washington's all or nothing. Not the best bet. So you might need a Genty injury for the running back room. It does scare me quite a lot. But Puka, Nico, Parker Washington, Worthy, Golden, Naylor, Judy, and Brennan Thompson. Goddard, Gadsden, and T-Ferg. This Herbert team is pretty fun, but I do not like the running back room very much. I think there should be a 6th at the very least, or make like Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson. I think if you told me
you drafted Ramondre instead of Parker Washington, I think I would like this team a little bit more. I think it needs a safer running back room because Love is just not the best bet. And JCM I have very little confidence in. So you either need to really hit on JCM or Travion just needs to crush. Or Love is just the truth from day one. So good luck. A lot hinges on Swift. But otherwise, the team is built pretty well. I do not like the Parker Washington click very much. So that's where I would have gone with like Ramondre Stevenson. Or like Rico Dowdle. But that's just me. I might be wrong. I can always just be wrong. Game Tight is in here, though, as well. He has Caleb Williams, Tua, and Kirk Cousins. For the value, Tua and Cousins are extremely cheap. They could have high advance rates if they stay healthy or the starter longer than expected. But Monangai, Brooks, Woody Marks, Algier, Brian Robinson, and Ray Davis. This is gross, but the Monangai and Brooks bet could work out possibly, but it feels rather thin with these other four. It feels pretty gross. Chances are slim. Jamar Chase, George Pickens, Terry, Marvin Harrison, Concepcion, Higgins, and Travis Hunter. I'm assuming this is a Bowers team. Bowers and Loveland. There it is. There it is. The most elite tight end room possible. And you can argue you didn't overspend. You took Bowers in the second, Loveland in the fifth. It might be good enough, but receiver with Harrison, Concepcion, Higgins, and Hunter, kind of a risky receiver 4 through 7, and then running back feels rather disgusting. But maybe Monangai is just the guy you need, and maybe Brooks does deliver. So a pretty risky bet, but the quarterback room also feels pretty disgusting. The bully tight end strategy does not feel too good on this one. Not going to lie. The Bowers, Loveland, Jamar Chase, Pickens, and Terry in the lineup every week isn't bad, but the running back room just needs help. And then quarterback room, I'm not totally convinced that Caleb can get it done. And then these two, not going to play all 17 games, so it feels pretty gross. Doesn't feel like the safest team to advance Game Tight. But if it does, maybe it's unique enough in the combo, especially if Swift is down, you could actually have a great team. So high risk, high reward, Game Tight always kind of does teams like that. But Amped Phil has Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Bijan, Montgomery, C-Rod, Jonah Coleman, Bigsby, and Sean Tucker. As always, I don't love the Coleman pick, but on a 6 running back build with Bijan, I'm more inclined to just say it doesn't need to be clicked at all, especially 10 spots above ADP. I don't think Coleman is really worth it. It's a player take thing for me, but especially with Bijan, Montgomery, and Chris Rodriguez, I think you just get away with making Jonah Coleman a different position. Bigsby and Sean Tucker as your 4 and 5, I think are totally fine not having Jonah Coleman. But Olave, Devontae, Jamo, Mekhi Lemon, Pittman, Jalen McMillan, and Troy Franklin, the receiver room is pretty lit. But then Kelsey, Schultz, and Cade Otton. If you told me you took a quarterback instead of Jonah Coleman, it would have been Daniel Jones. Even unstacked, I like that a lot, as opposed to Jonah Coleman. Because then you can take Daniel Jones, and then instead of Troy Franklin, you can take Keenan Allen. I think I would like that more. Give me... I'm going to swap out 3 picks and say that I think it's better. Give me Daniel Jones, Keenan Allen, and even David Njoku, literally any tight end in the 18th round instead of Jonah Coleman, Cade Otton, and Troy Franklin. I think this team is much better. That's my review, Amped Phil. Those are the 3 things I would have changed. I would have gone Daniel Jones unstacked instead of Coleman and just found a way to get Keenan Allen on the roster. Him or Deebo Samuel. And the team looks much better. But it's pretty nitpicky. It's not that big of a deal. The team's still solid, even without it. But last review is A-Rod, Underdogs Anonymous at the 101. We got Josh Allen, Brock Purdy. That's pretty lit. Gibbs, Warren, Ramondre, Tyjae Spears, and Zach Charbonnet. Risky, but with Gibbs, always worth the risk. Tajay is okay, but not elite. Charbonnet is fine, but also a low advance piece. Ramondre can't lose his job on this team. And then Jalen Warren also needs to keep Rico about arm's length away from him. That's how this team works out at running back. But Gibbs could also just dominate so much that it doesn't matter. It's possible. It doesn't matter. But Rashee Rice, Mike Evans is stacked. Luther Burden on this team. Burden's still probably too expensive at 48, but has been moving down the board. More easy to acquire these days. I get it taking him at the top of ADP, but I do think you could have gone differently and not felt bad about it. But just getting Luther Burden, totally legit as well. Downs is also falling. Could get nuked by Keenan. So right now I'm kind of holding off on him. I got him earlier. Oh no, it was last night in BBM. I got Josh Downs at 102 last night in Best Ball Mania. But Debo, 20 picks above ADP. Very legit. No wonder the other team didn't take him. Trey Harris at 169 is fine. I'm starting to come around that he actually might not be worth it. He's just fine in my opinion. He's not a great pick anymore, but I have a shit ton of him. So I'm kind of also looking for reasons not to take him anymore. Ridley though is fine. Tyquan is also fine. Skylar Bell stacks up and could just break out. So that's totally legit. Taking the risk though on Kittle, who might miss some time, but at the moment looks much healthier than expected. And then just betting on the breakout of Kincaid. It's stacked up, so like it a lot. I think you could have tolerated though a third tight end given your receiver room. I think Calvin Ridley or Trey Harris aren't that compelling. Trey Harris for the bring back is interesting, but if you told me you skipped out on Tyquan, I think it would be fine. Skipped out on Ridley, I think it's also fine. And then Skylar Bell does stack up, so go ahead and keep him. If anything, I'd swap out Calvin Ridley for another tight end or something. But a fine team, just a risky depth at running back. That's really the only issue. Maybe Jalen Warren and Ramondre lose their job to the point where they just don't hit the lineup with more than like 7 pointers, more than half the time. All right, that's going to be it for me, though, in this team review section of the draft. We are moving on. It's time to draft another one. We're entering the Fast Puppy until 420 or until the contest fills. Let's refresh it. Let's see where it's at right now. It's still showing me the same amount of entries as earlier. So we've already jumped about a percentage point since this since this live stream started. We are down to the last 3,000 entries in this contest. So no time to waste. We have 79 people watching. So I actually think the most effective way to give you guys the best chance is not to give the countdown and the advantage to people who've already drafted with me. I'm just hopping in. If you want to enter this Fast Puppy, there's 3 spots. I think that's the best way to make it fair. Also, 20 minutes of team reviews is also not the best way to use the content. So if I can get a lobby that has fewer of you, it's also going to help me out as well. Just enter another lobby sooner on the next one. But Burgess made it in. He pulled the 101. I have pick 8. I recognize very few players. Spots 2 through 7. I'm also not sure about Ball So Hard 209, but Go Horns is in here. Artillery Frost is in here. And then Jeff Earn is at pick 12. Good luck, but it is what it is. I gave you 2 countdowns already, so if you didn't make it, good luck next time. They can win week 1. I really don't give a shit, K-Space. If they get to 4 wins by week 10, I would be baffled. I would be pretty shocked. And at that point, I lose $5. Who cares? At that point, who cares? It's a pretty low stakes bet, so why not? But damn, Brissett fell the last round. Shake my head. Brissett's fine. He's not going to play the full season, so that's why I don't take him. There's no fucking chance Brissett is the starter week 17 unless they pivot to Carson Beck and he gets hurt. They pivot to Gardner Minshew and he also gets hurt. That's really the only scenario I see for Brissett to be the starter at the end of the year, because He went 1-9 as a starter last season. That's just so bad, and it's not going to change enough. Maybe I don't believe it too much. Maybe I'm just underestimating them way too much. But at some point, they're going to have a 1-7 record, and Brissett will be benched and not come back. At some point, it's just going to be that bad for Arizona. But interesting thing about Michael Wilson, I think it's a contract season for him, possibly. They probably pick up his 5th-year option, if I had to guess, after last season. But if he hits free agency, I think Michael Wilson will get paid a king's ransom. I think he'll get like a $20 million contract if he hits free agency. Maybe even more than that. Maybe even an Alec Pierce level contract is in store. But Artie Jr. on the clock, if he sticks to ADP, no, he goes Hampton. Love to see it. He pulls up Hampton, but I'm going to go different from last team. We took Amon-Ra on the last one. I'll go Jonathan Taylor here. I have no issue with that. It's fine. But W for Omega, thanks for hopping in. He says, Dolphins, Cards, Browns, Raiders, Jets. Who else can land in a top 5 draft pick? Those are definitely the selections. If I had to guess, though, one of those teams not making it, it would be the Raiders. I think the Raiders are actually possibly much better than we think. Because last year they were much worse because of coaching. All of that changes. The quarterback play was also abysmal. It should get better. So the Raiders have enough talent on offense where I think they could finish better than a top 5 draft pick. I don't expect them to be a playoff team. But if you told me they're like the Chiefs last year, where like they have pick 9 overall in the draft, that wouldn't shock me at all. The Raiders, I don't think are a lock to be a bottom 5 team. If anything, I would say the Titans are more likely to be bottom 5 than the Raiders are. I think the Titans could be much worse, but I'm not taking Achane again. I'm going to go Derrick Henry. Taylor and Henry, unfortunately, have the same bye week, but it's not a problem. It's just not a problem. It's relevant if I draft another couple running backs with week 13 as their bye, but at the moment, it's just not enough of a problem to worry about. But are the rumors true that Dolphins joining the SEC? Definitely not true. But what's up, Fantasy Fitness? Nice to see you. But bringbacks are low on my totem pole, as in I never remember them. Appreciate the review of my mid team. I know that's the one thing to kind of care about, but honestly, I really don't think it's that big of a deal. If it makes sense, it should be a tiebreaker. But I don't think you have to force it when it doesn't make sense. I don't think you want to make your team worse by reaching on someone that could just fall back to you in the event of just trying to force feed the bring back into your lineup. It's not necessary most of the time, but it's nice when you have it. It's definitely nice if you have it. But trust me, as a Cowboy fan, I believe we are going to win every year, and they never do. But this year, they will win. That's how I feel about the Chargers. But typically, I'm never this confident that they will actually win. Typically, I'm like, I mean, they could look good. They could maybe go on a playoff run, win like 1 or 2 games, but I don't expect them to win the Super Bowl. This year, I think odds are the Chargers make it to the AFC Championship game and lose to the Jaguars. I think the Jaguars, the Bills, but with a rookie head coach, I think the Bills are kind of out of it. The Chiefs, I suppose, are always live. The Broncos could beat them, possibly. But in my opinion, in the AFC, I think it's more likely that the Jaguars or the Broncos are the only 2 teams that could keep the Chargers out of the Super Bowl. But I do believe the Chargers will win at least 1 playoff game, will make it to the divisional round, and if they hit one of those 2 teams I just mentioned, then I do worry about their chances. But I think AFC Championship game is the threshold of success for the Chargers this year. But Super Bowl's in LA. They should at least fucking try to make it. But if Breece Hall's here, I think I'm just going to take him. I don't have a ton of 3 running back builds. Damn it. It's another week 13 bye. Of course it is. Fuck. Damn it. I'm not going to care. I'm just going to go Brees. It's the one combo that could actually fuck me up, but in theory, they're just going to be so good that I have first place on lock in this lobby. I have the best running back room of the entire 12-team pod, and that's just all I need to carry me to advancing. So week 13, running backs. It has become relevant, but once again, I don't give a shit. I'm willing to push it. Fuck it. But yo, we got 89 viewers, 43 likes. Yo, if you just popped in, thank you very much for joining. And this is a perfect time to take a very brief ad break. If you're new to Underdog, use promo code BLUNT, get $50 in bonus entries after you play your first 5. Terms apply. The link is down below. But I'm back on the clock. It's my selection. I have enough running backs to full fade. But honestly, at this point, I kind of want to just take the 4th and stop. But no, instead I'll go Jalen Waddle. I'll get in at receiver here. Waddle right at ADP. Feels good. But, okay. Taylor, Henry, Brees Hall, and Jalen Waddle. No issue so far. But as a fellow Cowboys fan, just know, well, we'll get a mid-round pick and miss the playoffs. It is known. This is known. The only chance you get a good draft pick this year is if Dak goes down again, which could just happen. But watch Joe Milton will his way to like 7-10. And it's just like the most annoying outcome imaginable. But I thank God the Finns have an owner like Ross. I tell people all the time, would you rather have Jerry Jones' crazy ass? I mean, at least the Cowboys had that dynasty in the 90s. At least there was that. But if you're like me and you weren't really alive or just old enough to even watch it, it's pretty irrelevant. I think if I had to choose, though, which fan base I'd rather join as of this moment, I think I'd rather be a Cowboy fan than a Dolphins fan. Dolphins suck. Like, their last playoff win is like literally the longest of any team in the NFL. They have the biggest drought for playoff wins. They made it twice with Mike McDaniel, or maybe was it 3 times? I believe it was only twice, but I think at this point in time, I'd rather be a Cowboy fan, even if they suck just as much. I think they're more entertaining to watch, even with their coaching situation. I have no idea what to make of their current coaching situation, so I don't know, K-Space. I might lean Cowboys there. But, yeah, Danimal always builds weird, unique teams. Almost did third tight end, you're right, but opting against it, definitely not a bad choice. I can't go with running back here. I don't think I want it. So I think I'm just going to take Lamar, but receiver could really help me out. I kind of just want to take Carnell Tate again. I think I will. Lamar with Derrick Henry is not hypercritical. And interesting, we're not gifting Lamar to the Zay Flowers drafter. They took him at 25, and then they passed for Adams and Beischel Tootin. Tootin over Lamar is a choice. I believe Tootin is like right in line with Lamar at ADP. I think they're like back-to-back, literally. So, Burgess, not giving a shit about Lamar either, but he falls to 59. He's a fine pick anywhere in the 5th. But I think my team just could really use receiver, so I go Carnell Tate instead. It is what it is. But Austin says, I'm not going to run with that, with just Dak and Willis, though, and I really don't think Stroud is that bad, honestly, especially with how motivated he is this year on a contract. He will have a couple random 28-plus point games. He does have a few spikes, I will say that, but in general, on the season, he's averaging like 14 points per game. He's been dog shit since his rookie season. He's been really unusable in fantasy ever since the rookie year, but the bring back with Waddle versus Drake May, definitely relevant, so could just make this another Drake May roster. I already took him on the last one. I already took Tyler Warren. I have good enough running backs. I'm not going to take Jerian Price. I will just take Drake May again. Rankings-wise, I will just take Drake May. It's fine. But guy pissed on a rock on another NFL owner's yacht. The rock was some rare stone that was 10 feet tall. They crane onto the yacht. These rich ass guys, weird as fuck. I did not need to know that, but thanks for letting me know. It's Jerry's world. We just live in it, says Nakai. Gonna be interesting when Jerry Jones is no longer with us. We don't wish death upon anyone. That's not what I'm saying, but you know, he is getting older. You never know. It might release us all from this stranglehold, this prison he has us locked in. But I'm not worried about Stroud being my QB3 at all. For the sake of points, it's fine. You just reached on him by like 10 picks. That's where I didn't like it. You reached on him a big amount. So that was my main concern. The unstacked reach is not my favorite, but Stroud has 0 line, still IIRC. Everything about the Texans offense scares me because of that. Yeah, the Houston Texans are not a compelling bet. I almost never take CJ Stroud. But look up story about Jerry Jones pisses on another NFL owner's precious multi-million-dollar stone on their super yacht. I kind of don't care, man. Like, I kind of just don't give a shit. Like, how does this help me? You know? Like, how does this change my life for the better or for worse? If anything, it leans for the worse, right? So, like, I'm not going to look it up. But if anything, I got all the information I need. Who gives a fuck? But Stroud's my QB3, not QB2. I just need a couple spike weeks. Love the defense of the Stroud selection, though. But advanced piece, it is what it is. Reach on him 10 picks. It's not my favorite thing to do. I'm gonna skip over these Jerry Jones comments. I will say this. One of my favorite team names is there's this picture of Jerry Jones, and he's just like smiling, and he's like pointing at the camera. It's like Jerry Jones making that face, and I like to use that picture on my team name, and then the that's the avatar, and the team name is Jerry's Downward Spiral. Because you know the dementia is just kicking in. Jerry's Dementia is also another option. Jerry's Dementia, I think, is a good team name. Here, it's kind of disgusting. Caleb falls, but it's unstacked. I think I'll just go... Fuck it. I'll actually just take Makai Lemon for once. Makai Lemon at 80, that's a fine falling price. I still think it's a little bit high, but like, you know... This team needs some receivers. Alec Pierce probably makes it back to me, but I don't have much Makai Lemon. I think he should be a click in the 80s, if not like late 80s, maybe even early 90s. I think he's an 8th round pick, not a 7th. So Makai, at least at a decent fall, is fine. It's not amazing, though. But thoughts on a Cam Ward stack for week 1 DFS? Honestly, the Jets matchup's pretty solid. So if you want to do that in the Eliminator, I think it's pretty legit. It is a bet on something we've never seen, though. It may not work out, but we have seen the Jets matchup just be so dog shit and like such a good spot. That's also possible. I think in Eliminator, the Titans are very legit picks, but South Park Jerry Jones... Off to work. Good luck rest of the way. Thank you, Slayton. Appreciate that. Good luck at work, as always. But, yeah. Well, no, here's the thing. I'm losing 4. YouTube took one of those dollars, brother. YouTube already took one of those dollars for themselves. They got their greedy little paws on it. They already took one of those dollars. But really, we're going to let me take... Oh, no, I thought Herbert was still on the board. Herbert went at the turn. Okay, sweet. I don't have to take Herbert on this one. Kraft is still there. Kraft at this discount is not... Pretty hard to pass on. I'll just do it. The only dilemma is that I'm going to get a double week 11 bye, probably. But Kraft in the 8th, I'll just scoop that up. Pick 89. Not bad. Not bad on Kraft there, but... Michael Wilson to the Chiefs. Yo, that'd be fun. Michael Wilson traded for Xavier Worthy. I would love that. At least for fantasy. I as a Charger fan, I take that back. I would not like to see it. But in terms of like how Michael Wilson can help a team, I think he's a more viable receiver too. He's had more proof of concept, definitely proven it more so far in his career. But oh, there's a nice damn. I wish I could turn this camera and show you. There's this really colorful bird right outside the window. It's like fluorescent green. It's actually pretty beautiful, but yeah, that's a, you know what, Who Hames? You wanna bet a bigger board on that? Virtual handshake, Who Hames, a bigger board for the Chargers finishing bottom 5, right? I'll do that. But Avi Hoffman, Hampton over James Cook and JT, I do not agree with that. The reason to do it is to just get unique. And the bet on Hampton being this year's running back 3 is not that crazy. It's definitely possible. So I think doing it on occasion is just like pulling up Ashton Genty. It's probably not going to work out, but I don't think it's going to miss that big to the point where you are killed. And you might just be right. You'll also get a different combination, pairing him with a second-round receiver or second-round running back, and maybe that player is more valuable than like a Justin Jefferson in the first round. Maybe that combo is less valuable than like a Hampton A.J. Brown, in theory. That's the argument behind it. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. If you just want to stick to taking Hampton in the second, be my guest. But I think just taking Bo Nix here makes a lot of sense. With Waddle, it's definitely in the cards, and I'd rather have Bo Nix than Jordan Love. So I'll just take Bo Nix here, stop at 2 quarterbacks, I think is the move. This team's going to need plenty of receivers still, so we can stop at 2 quarterbacks, maybe even stop at 2 tight ends. We can stop at 5 running backs. What's nice, though, about the Week 13 triple bye week, if I'm going to hit on a handcuff, let's say I draft Tank Bigsby on this one, and he does hit. He hits on the later part of the season, and I can get one of those random handcuffs that just hits my lineup in Week 13 because the starter goes down in Week 10. If you have a triple bye week in Week 7, I think you're fucked. Maybe not entirely fucked. Maybe you can still get away with it, but you're not completely dead in the same way when you have a Week 13 bye, because you will be able to find later round running backs that will just hit due to the nature of injury, and it's much more likely they're in your lineup late in the year as opposed to the beginning of the season. If you have a triple bye week in Week 6 or 7, you're probably getting bench points out of Tank Bigsby. If it's in Week 13, he might be the starter at that point in time. But I missed it on the last one. I'm not going to miss it on this one. We get Romeo Doubs to stack up with Drake May. He's a perfectly viable, perfectly good pick in the 10th round. And if you told me he puts up a Kayshon Boutte level season, that's probably enough to hit with this cost. Like, if anything, that's pretty close. But Romeo Doubs will be better than Kayshon Boutte was last year. He does have the upside to pay off like an 8th round pick. I do think that's possible to work out. With Drake May, 100% a viable choice. And also, I took Tucker Kraft, a Week 11 bye, would have doubled up with Hunter Henry, so a reason to not draft Hunter Henry is definitely also a nice addition on this roster. But obviously, Bijan Pickens, Jeremiah Love, what a start for that team. That's nice. It's not that uncommon, though. Team 2 with Bijan Pickens and Jeremiah Love. It's not that uncommon, but it's nice. It's not bad. I would have preferred, though, to go Rashee Rice over Jeremiah Love. I believe in Rashee Rice more than Jeremiah Love myself. I kind of just heavily fade the Arizona Cardinals, but Hoffman wanted me to take McBride. Like I was saying, I fade the Cardinals, but fuck the bye week. You're right, Albie. You're definitely right. Yeah. On this team, I'm not going to worry about that at all, but I rather everyone on my team have the same bye week and lose that week, not going to lie, maybe, or try to get a dub. In redraft, I think that's a very accurate way to play it. In best ball, though, there is one element of like one really bad week can hurt you a lot. Like, if you only score like 65 points in week 13 because you don't have a single running back that's even healthy or in the lineup, that is the one way where like you could have a 50-point lead and it just gets completely demolished. That is the one aspect of it. To not have a single running back in the lineup, I think could be an issue. But for the most part, I think the only time you need to care about it is at quarterback. I think quarterback is the only position where it's actually more of a problem. But even then, the difference between second and third, you probably didn't deserve it in the first place to not finish second with a bagel. But here, this isn't ideal. I'm going to put Jaden Higgins on this one. I don't love it. I almost never take him. But I think going back to that statement earlier, the question of do you like a blanket 4% exposure? Higgins technically is one of the guys I've been full fading. And last year, I really liked him. So I've been mostly bitter on Higgins, but I do still believe there is a chance that he does work out. His only really productive weeks last year was a fluke in week 17. And then he also played pretty well when Davis Mills was the quarterback. But Higgins could just take a step forward. No Christian Kirk on the roster. Maybe Tank Dell is dog shit. Maybe he just doesn't play very well. Maybe Higgins does pay off. But this pick was mostly kind of like the Mekhi Lemon selection. I rarely don't take him, so I'll just take him today because I need the position. That was the main argument on that one. But Avi, you're the guy who drafts a second string receiver in the second. That's for someone else. Jerry says 95 live. Let's get 100. I did see that. I didn't want to jinx it. I did see it peak at 99. I don't think it cracked triple digits though. I saw it at 99. That was kind of cool, but I didn't want to jinx it. Yeah, if anything, it maybe makes my team a little bit more unique because somebody else might be reluctant to actually click the button. Maybe, probably not. If anything, someone will probably do what I just did if they have the option, but typically it's not a common pairing to have those three. All right, I'm back on the clock. I already queued up Tyrone Tracy. I'm okay with it. I'm not dying to click him here, but I think with Kraft already on the roster and no valuable tight ends, it's a bit more of a fade on my Scatabo shares than anything else in my opinion, but I could also see a world where the receiver room is pretty dog shit for the Giants, and Tyrone Tracy, a converted receiver out of college, might just play more in the slot this year, might get a shit ton of targets out of the backfield just because no other target is open. And I do think from that standpoint alone, Tracy could pay off this value, just have standalone value. And then there's also the world where Scatabo just gets hurt again. That's not a bad bet to make at all. And in that scenario, we've seen Tracy have 20 plus point upside as the true starter. So Tracy, I've come around. It's probably a very worthwhile selection here on a team that needs it. And I will need somebody to play in week 13. So don't want to just get true nothing but handcuffs. I'm curious, though, now that I'm locked into week 13, I want to see what the Giants matchup is. I will look that up in a separate window, though. I'll leave the board up for y'all while I do that. Week 13, I'm pulling up the schedule right now. The New York Football Giants will be hosting the San Francisco 49ers. Not the best running back matchup last year, but their defense, I don't think got like drastically better, especially in terms of coaching. It got much worse. Losing Robert Saleh can be a big deal. It was the last time they lost him. So if anything, that takes some pressure off, but it also offers some garbage time or just like a high shootout level game. Week 13, I could see Tracy just be involved because they are trailing, and he catches some checkdowns in like the 2-minute drill, stuff like that. But maybe Cam Scatabo just stays the guy all season, but maybe he gets hurt, and week 13 Tracy is the starter. So that's ideally what happens. Scatabo just has a concussion that knocks him out week 12. He misses week 13, but comes back week 14 for all my playoff teams. But on this team, we advance because Tyrone Tracy's in the lineup, and he drops 26 points against the Niners. But here, I think I might just go Trey Tucker because I don't really love many picks in this range. But Gadsden's kind of calling my name. I'll just take Gadsden. I have a lot of Gadsden already, but despite being a little bit worried about fading him and him just not paying off, we were talking with Eric from Best Ball Guy, aka BBG. He just goes by BBG. And Eric is very high on Gadsden. Gadsden's one of his favorite tight ends. Starting in round 12, seems like he clicks him a lot. And I understand the argument for it. So from a spike week standpoint, that game against the Colts last year was just so lit. It could happen again. I'll go Gadsden, but the last team didn't have a Charger. This one does. It's a good omen. At least get one Charger on every team. But wide receiver is so deep this season, it depends on who's on the board, says Avi. Yeah, you always got to play the board, not just force it at any point. But Dolphins are done. They had their run in 2022, 2023 with Tyreek and Waddle. Yeah, Dolphins are tanking this season. They're going for as high of a draft pick as possible. But Tua Turnabalova, heard that many times. I think I'm going to go Kamara. The Saints are hosting the Packers week 13, so that could be relevant. I've been trying to get a little bit more Kamara these days. I got a shit ton of Tank Bigsby already. And similar to Tyrone Tracy, they might have the exact same role on the team. So I'll go Kamara as RB5. We get 2 to slide in week 13 that could just both offer like a decent enough floor. If you told me Tyrone Tracy and Kamara both found the end zone week 13, I wouldn't be that shocked. So that's our bet. We got the triple week 13 bye, and then I think we're still going to be fine with Tracy and Kamara. But overall, the room looks very strong. That group of 5 is very, very legit. Quarterback, we got Drake May, Bo Nix. We have Jalen Waddle, Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, Romeo Dobbs, and Jaden Higgins. Tight end room has Tucker Kraft and Oronde Gadsden. We have the bring back, Kraft versus Jaden Higgins. I already forgot about that. I could take a Kansas City Chief for the bring back on Gadsden, but Dobbs with the bring back against Waddle, the Broncos, and the Patriots. Mekhi Lemon, maybe I take a Niner with one of my last picks. And then Carnell Tate, maybe I also take a Pittsburgh Steeler. But I could take a Cleveland Brown versus Taylor and the Colts. I could take a Bengal if I wanted, a Viking, a Cowboy, or a Falcon. Those are the bring back options. Not necessary. I think you want to take the best player available always, but it is a tiebreaker to factor in. The bring back, slightly relevant. Slightly relevant, but definitely not the end of the world if you don't get it. The Lamb Cook team is nasty, says Mr. Hoffman. Lamb, Cook, Neighbors, Travis, Lamar Jackson, Roma Dunze, Alec Pierce, Blake Corum, Fannin Myers, Andrews, Ferguson, Bryce Young, Debo Samuel. It's decent. It doesn't feel like a team that is impossible to acquire, though. It feels fine. Nothing bad about it, though. It's better to have nothing bad about the team. That's always good. Question is, am I taking another tight end on this one? I'm not sure. But in this round, I'm just going to go Jerry Jeudy. I've been talking myself into it the last few days. And at the moment, we get the bring back with Jonathan Taylor if he's a Cleveland Brown. However, I am pretty convinced that Jerry Jeudy is the most likely trade candidate at the receiver position this year. He just turned 27. I believe he'll be 28 next year. But last I checked, Over the Cap listed him at 28 years old. He has 2 seasons on his contract remaining, and there is no reason for the Browns to hold on to him. I think he'll be viable in the beginning of the season because the rookies probably take a little bit of time to really get going. Like week 1, if you told me they showcased Judy and set up the trade, wouldn't be shocked at all. But by week 7, I think it's going to be pretty clear the Browns are unviable, and they will be looking to shop Jerry Jeudy. It would make a lot more sense to get off the books with his contract. He makes $18 million per year and get a draft pick for next season. They are absolutely one of the worst teams in the league. So Jeudy is just a luxury asset for them. They don't need him. He's not good enough to hold on to. And maybe some teams don't want him. He's not amazing. But I think the perfect landing spot for him, the most likely scenario, is the Atlanta Falcons. They have Stefanski. He already traded for him once in the past. 2 years ago, he plucked him from the Denver Broncos and then signed him to a contract extension. Stefanski likes Jerry Jeudy. They don't have a good number 2 receiver. Right now, it's Zachariah Branch. So it would be a perfect fit in terms of volume. They totally need him. And then it's also a perfect fit because Jerry Jeudy's best season of his career was in college. He played for Alabama, had 1,300 yards receiving. His college quarterback was Tua Tagovailoa. If they see enough in Tua to have some confidence in making the bet, they will just bring in Jeudy because they're going to need wide receiver 2. But I think I'm just going to add on an upside play. Almost went Freiermuth because I could get the bring back versus Cardinal Tate, but I'll go Terrence Ferguson today. I have a shit ton of Freiermuth, and I also really like Terrence Ferguson. So the tight end position has gotten more expensive at the end of the draft these days. It used to be the case that Freiermuth was always there in the 17th. T-Ferg was still there in the 18th. But now if you want one, I think you just have to take him in round 16. And on this roster, I'm done at 2 quarterbacks, so the 3rd tight end is fine. Only 5 running backs, so drafting 2 more receivers, I'll have 8. I do not want 9. I think that's fine. I think that's overkill, not necessary. 8 is a good spot. So if I'm right on Jerry Jeudy getting traded to the Falcons, specifically, that's the best case scenario imaginable. And I actually think it's decently high chance it happens. Maybe it happens next year. Maybe it doesn't happen this season. Maybe the Browns just say, fuck you, Stefanski. We don't like you. And it's not going to happen. But if it does, then we have a very, very valuable number 2 receiver at pick 176. I think it's worth it. Because you could also just tell me he mixes in for like 4 touchdowns in Cleveland this year. And if you expected 4 touchdowns out of any other player in this range and got it, you'd be pretty satisfied. The bar is so low. This low in the draft board, the ADP is worthless, but if we actually got the trade, I'm telling you, this Jerry Jeudy pick would be phenomenal. So I'm going to start taking him a lot more. I don't expect him to rise up the board whatsoever. I do not expect this trade to occur in training camp. But if you told me week 5 comes around and the Jerry Jeudy trade market is brewing, there's a lot of rumors, I guarantee you the Falcons are going to be on that list. And maybe he goes elsewhere. Maybe it's a different team and it still hits because he's just, super cheap. The bar is pretty low for him to hit. But last year's Falcons receiver 2 was Darnell Mooney. I'll just take Mooney here. I'll just take him reuniting with Matt Nagy 2 years ago, had 160 points. So last year, a lot of injuries were the problem. I'm worried the injuries have gone too far with him. He's kind of washed at this point. Might not recover in the same way, but if there's a coach that knows how to use him, it is Matt Nagy. He had 140 targets, a very productive 8 touchdown season last time he was in Chicago with Matt Nagy. That was with Justin Fields at quarterback. So doesn't need to be an elite passer to work out. Jackson Dart, I think, can get him the ball enough for him to be worth this pick. I think you want to be drafting a random Giants receiver at the end of the draft quite often, whether it's Mooney, Malachi Fields, even a random Darius Slayton. The bet is worth it because targets can't only go to Neighbors, likely Scatabo, and Tyrone Tracy. There's going to be one other receiver that is valuable. It's possibly Darnell Mooney. But what's up, Pepper Tony? Pimpst. I am well behind on the chat, so I'm going to catch up after this pick. But so far, the team's coming around. Not looking too bad. But I think I might take another share of Kayshawn Booty. I'll queue up Pat Bryant, because that would also stack. The double stack with Bo Nix, Waddle and Pat Bryant is not bad. But I actually have a lot of it. Franklin's still there. Actually, yeah, I'll mix it up. I'll go Franklin today. First click in a while on Franklin, but I'm kind of convinced you want to mix in both Pat Bryant and Franklin a little bit, especially on Bo Nix teams. That third Broncos receiver should get the ball. They just spread it around so much, and it's a high-scoring offense. Franklin is also a good deep threat. He could just have a house call with a high point total, like a Marvin Mims type of week. Definitely possible with Franklin. But if you prefer Pat Bryant, so do I. I take him a lot more, but having shares of both is also fine. So here's the team at 2-5-8-3 with Drake May, Bo Nix. We got the triple Week 13 bye on Taylor, Derrick Henry, and Breece Hall. But if anything, maybe that's lesser owned because people are afraid of the bye week mega stack. But Tyrone Tracy against the, what did we say? He was against the Niners Week 13. And then Kamara is against, I already forgot, the Green Bay Packers. Those are our matchups. Sorry about that. Whoops. That was a mistake. Running back room looks phenomenal. Love the running back room. Waddle, Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon. So the double bet on rookies, that's pretty fun. And then Romeo Doubs, Jaden Higgins, Jerry Jeudy, Darnell Mooney, and Troy Franklin. Obviously, I could be just dead wrong on Jerry Jeudy. It could be a terrible pick, but it could save this team if it's lacking anything. And then I could also just be wrong on Higgins on this one. I expect to be. But Lemon could also just be actually pretty productive. Same with Tate. Waddle's a good floor play. And then Dobbs will be productive. Could score like 9 touchdowns this year. Could be this year's Juwan Jennings. But Mooney and Franklin have some upside. I like that I have 2 very valuable rookie receivers. They should put up numbers. But Tucker Kraft, an elite upside tight end. Same with T. Ferg, but definitely lower floor. And then Gadsden can also drop like 25 points on a random week. So the team is fun. The team is interesting. Receiver, I think, does find a way. But I will say, I think I'm kind of actually counting on this Jerry Jeudy bet quite a bit on this team. Not the most. I think I can get away with it if it doesn't work out. But I think it would really be the piece that sends it over the top. And if I'm right, we should all be drafting Jerry Jeudy a lot more. But if you believe he stays a Cleveland Brown, it's one of the grossest picks on the board. But let's take a look who is in this lobby. How many team reviews do I have to do? We have Gohorns at pick 10. We also have Burgess. Only 2 on this one. Sweet. Only 2 of them. If you're also in this lobby, let me know. I'm going to catch up with the chat, though. Try and do that as quickly as I can. But Albie says taking Drake May, even unstacked, just feels good. Yeah, it's always a good pick, and there's always options that you can find. Even if you take Kayshawn Booty round 18 and no one else, I think it's totally fine. But if you have Travion, it's a good decision. If you have A.J. Brown, it's an excellent decision. And then it's also a good choice if you find Romeo Doubs or Hunter Henry throughout the draft. But oh, this is when I was probably talking about Jerry Jones. Tucker Kraft is a good sleeper tight end. He's not a sleeper, man. Last year he was. He is not a sleeper anymore. But yeah, no worries, man. Definitely don't need it. And also, you're just going to have to pay me that membership. Like, you lost the bet already. The Dolphins are not winning 5 games. So easy money, bro. Easy money. Yeah, exactly. But it's close. I agree. I have no idea what we're talking about. W for Omega. Damn, just read Kyle Shanahan was in a bad car accident. Really? Here's the thing, W for Omega. I actually trust you. I actually believe you might be telling me the truth. Does that hamper the rookies even more under his system? That's not good. I honestly don't know what to make of it, but if anything, I'm not really trusting the rookies this year. In general, the rookies don't hit. in Shanahan offenses. The rookie draft picks are never for their rookie season. It's like it never happens where they draft a rookie and he's the guy you need. Like, unless other guys goes down. Like, that's why I'm not drafting Kalen Black. I think it's Jordan James, because just like Isaac Garendo, I think he'll be behind the veteran if CMC goes down. So that, I think, is the main reason. But for Stribling, yeah, that would definitely hurt. That'd be bad. But how bad is this car accident if it's actually the case? I have no idea. Maybe the chat has confirmed it later down the line. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. I think it's fine. It's not like he's on the field, you know? He can still draw up plays, but maybe if he's in a wheelchair, he might not be on the sideline. That would, that would be weird. That'd be pretty crazy. If that's true, the Niners are not making the playoffs if he actually misses time because of it. But watch it not matter. Watch it just have no relevance, even if it is true. But there's also a chance you're just trolling me. So I'll just move on. Avi says AJ Brown is better than Jefferson in fantasy this season, and maybe Nico or Pickens. That's not a bold take at all. He's got the best quarterback by far. It's a very valid take there, Avi. But Jackson Dart's such a good value if you want to wait on quarterback. I have a decent amount of him already, but how much Odell do I have? I have 0 shares of OBJ. Not a single click. Not once. But another draft, Fast Puppy, 100%. We're just going to catch up with the chat and do some team reviews, but Pepper Tony confirmed it. Yeah, Shanny got fucked up. Damn. I mean, given how many injuries plague that organization, it's probably about time that the bad luck falls in his lap. It's probably about time that he's the one that gets injured, but got it. Okay, I missed that this morning, but he'll be all right, but he gets 40 stitches. I don't think it's going to matter. Unless he's in a wheelchair, unless he looks like the guy that was born with paper arms and paper skin and bones that shatter every morning, afternoon, and night from SpongeBob that sells him a bunch of chocolate carrying bags. Unless he gets scammed because he's just that fucked up, I really don't think it's going to matter. But maybe I'm underestimating. Maybe he's like in critical condition. I did not look it up. And honestly, I'm willing to side on the stance that it matters 0%. I'm not even going to Google it. But, Dunican, as a Niner fan from the Bay, yes, coach was definitely in an accident. I wish him well. I hope he's safe. I hope he's healthy. He's one of the best play callers in the league. The Niners would not be as fun to watch without Kyle Shanahan. But if I had to guess without reading into it, I would side on this. He will be okay. I don't think it matters. He's not a player. But broken nose, broken ribs, concussion, and bunch of stitches, but he'll be fine probably. Yeah, we'll see. But news broke a while ago. Broken hand, broken ribs, and jaw. He seems like a tough motherfucker. Like, the way that his jaw is clenched, I feel like he has a high enough pain tolerance where, like, he'll be up and at him. Back on the field, getting 30 carries per game in no time. You know, what is the over-under on Kyle Shanahan goal line touches this year? It's got to be like at least 12 and a half. I would still assume Shanahan still probably scores like 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, he's going to be a big problem for Kyle Juszczyk, but I think he'll also be a really good fullback still. I think at worst, he can dive and like chop block and, get penalized just like drain the clock in the fourth quarter. If anything, I think when they're like in garbage time, they'll still throw out Kyle Shanahan as the fullback. I think that's probably going to be the case. Let him get trucked again after getting trucked this morning. But on the pup, he'll be back in no time. Shanny deliberately into the substation to take it out and help the team. Yo, did he crash into the substation? Is that what happened? Yo, fucking legend, man. He will do anything to keep his roster intact. But Ayuk crashed into him. I believe. I believe that Ayuk was filming a reality series in his car, and just like Michael Scott running over Meredith in the parking lot thinking that he was heading into work and his key card would still let him in. Ayuk crashed into Shanahan while he was talking to the camera and not focusing on the road. It was a pure Michael Scott paper company type of scenario. But yeah, it looks like it's real at this point. Unless all y'all are trolling me, but at this point I really believe it. But Shannon gets a new lease on life and lowers CMC workload to help preserve him for after football. Yeah, it's possible that the near-death experience is like, holy shit, I can't put Christian McCaffrey in danger like this. Maybe we're gonna mitigate his workload because now I know what true pain feels like. But I doubt it. If anything, Shanahan says, rub some dirt on it. I got hit by a fucking semi-truck. You guys can get hit by a 300-pounder 18 times per game. But nose, maybe not jaw, my fault. It's kind of all the same at this point. But okay, 99% Phil, we're just hopping in. This might be our last Fast Puppy. I'll do the team reviews, but we're going to hop in the Fast Puppy. Hope you're ready. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I think that was a very honest, very accurate 10-second countdown. I think the pacing on that was as perfect as possible. There are still 2 spots, so a few extra seconds if you did not get in. Now's too late, but you had a chance. That is for sure. I'm going to pull up that other lobby, though, and we'll give you those 2 team reviews quickly as we're drafting this one. And who knows, maybe I'll have enough time to draft one more when it's all said and done. What's the exact fill rate on the Fast Puppy right now? I got pick 8 once again, so I have time to wait on it. But let me check how many entries are still available in the Fast Puppy. It's at 99% right now. Currently 222,877 entries. The fact that there isn't a single slow draft in this contest makes me not worried about it. There's still about 2,200 chances to enter, and it seems like as we draft, about 1,000 are drafted in the meantime. So it's possible we're in one of the last possible lobbies, but I think we're going to have time for one more, honestly. I think it's going to be fine. I think we can still get in one more on the last day of the contest. So this is our 3rd draft of the afternoon. We have 52 likes, 80 people watching. If you're enjoying it, let me know by hitting the like button or subscribing. You could also become a member to the channel. Really helps support what we got going on here. You also get a free team review. It's included in the membership if you so choose. But I'm going to check in on the poll. It's been 2 hours since we've been live, and the poll is saying that the Lions are a 48% favorite to win the division. Next up, we got the Bears at 31%, but 11% say the Packers in 3rd, and just behind them, the Vikings at 10% have 8 votes. That checks out. I would say, yeah, the Lions are definitely the bet this year. A 4th place schedule compared to the Bears' 1st place schedule, and also just the track record of them being very successful. They got a legit play caller this year. They bring in Drew Petzing. Their team should look much better in the win column. They still had 9 wins, though, last year, and they were a 4th place team, so they will take a leap majorly. And you know what? Maybe we just trust that and take Amon-Ra at pick 8. I'll go St. Brown here. Behind CeeDee Lamb, I'll do that. We already took him today, but I'm fine with it. No issue whatsoever. But like I was mentioning, while I have time, I'm going to go back and look at those team reviews I mentioned. We had 2 to take care of in the last draft. Burgess was in that one. And I'll bring it in real quick. Burgess had Jalen Hurts, Tyler Shuck, and Mendoza on that team. That's totally fine. Gibbs, Beischel, Tootin, Tank Bigsby, Lloyd, Mike Washington, Jaden Blue. Okay, very fun at running back. The Gibbs bet is really important, but obviously one of the best bets to make. So if Tootin crushes, you're in business, but obviously these 4 are handcuffs. It's an all or nothing bet. You might not need the bench, though, very often. So it's risky, but it's actually not that bad. I actually kind of like it, but it is pretty risky. Devontae Smith, Zay Flowers, Devontae Adams, double Devontae, QJ, Pittman, McMillan, and Travis Hunter. The receiver room is fine. And then Laporta, Kincaid. Honestly, I like this team a lot, Burgess. Of all the teams we reviewed for you, I actually like this team the most. But Ken Walker's available. I'll go Ken Walker. I like Henry, but top of ADP, we'll go Ken Walker at a little slide. 17 overall. I'm fine with it. But, yo, Jerry's in here, in at 2. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Nice to see you. You go Bijan. You did not get your boy Gibbs. Love to see it, brother. It's 99% full, so got to get in while you can, right? But Alien God had the 101. Jerry pulled the 102. Reiko at pick 3. DC Boy. Yo, what's up, DC Boy? Nice to see you. At pick 4. Young Phil in the house at pick 5. Then Josh, not Drake, at pick 6. Primetime Double X at pick 7. I got the 108. Osoj at the 109. Burgess in here again at pick 10. Chico Shake pulled the 111. And then Super Beast, our boy Keith, also in here at pick 12. Good luck, everyone. Mostly friends and family, not exclusively, but mostly. And should be a fun one. We got Jerry in the house. That always makes the EV slightly tougher. But there was one more team review. We'll get to it after this pick. I will not forget, I promise. But 2 more picks. I doubt I'm getting either Devontae or Breece Hall, but if I get stuck with Chris Olave, I'm pretty happy with it. We'll see what happens, though. Devontae goes to primetime. On this team, I wouldn't have minded it, but today, I already took Chris Olave. I'll go Zay Flowers on this one, and then if we do get Lamar, it's always a nice little combination with Flowers. But, all right, the other team review, as promised, goes to Go Horns. Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence, that's fine. I remember Caleb fell to pick 82 in this one, so very nice price. That's a nice combination. Chase Brown, Quinshon Judkins, Kenny Gainwell, Jordan Mason, Pacheco, and B-Rob. Not sure you needed 6 running backs on this one, but always fine to do when you only have 2 quarterbacks, so that's pretty chill. No issue at running back at all. And then Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, BTJ, Diggs, Trey Tucker, Dontavian Wicks, Keenan Allen at 202, and Jade Walker. You got the back stack with Caleb. And then tight end is Trey McBride, Dallas Goedert. This team feels very fun. McBride at 34 feels way more valuable than like 27. So that's pretty nice. Honestly, this team really checks out. I have no issue with this roster whatsoever. The only thing that might make it nicer is if you drafted Rome Odunze instead of BTJ. But hindsight is 2020. You still have T-Law on this team, so you still have the stack. There's really nothing to complain about. This team's pretty lit. I think this team, the only thing that can hurt it is injury or just being dead wrong on Justin Jefferson. And maybe Trey McBride is also not worth it. But I think they both are still worth it. I think the team's pretty good. It checks out. Neighbors at... Okay. I'll just take Neighbors now. Top of ADP with the recent news on Neighbors, I think I'll just take him. I've drafted a lot of Scatabo, but give it 2 weeks. It's possible that Neighbors is back into the top of the 3rd, late 2nd, possibly. When he moves up, he's going to move up very quickly. So teams on the right side of the board didn't want him. And if that decides my fate, we take him. Damn it. Scatabo goes 44. I was really hoping that Scatabo fell to 47 so I could see if Jerry actually passes on Scatabo. He's not a Scatabo truther. Doesn't sound like he's worried about it either, so would have been interesting to see if Scatabo came off the board at 47 or not. But Hoodie does not get the choice. Jerry's on the clock right here. He goes Terry McLaurin at pick 47. But all over Sleeper News feeds. Gotcha. The Jedi got pick 8 in the overflow. I'll just pick everything you pick. You could do that. You could also do that. Did you get Neighbors at 41? Did you get Neighbors? But I got the Hammond Bears winning it. Gary Bears. Bears are a very legit choice to win the Super Bowl. but Shanny's accident might help motivate the team. I mean, if they're going to get banged up like that year over year, it's about time that it gets spread around, right? If anything, they're going to be like relieved to see some of the injury luck go somewhere else. But the Niners are always cursed. They always get hurt all over the roster. They get injured. But Kenny Walker can score 15, 17 touchdowns this season. That's possible. That's definitely possible. But Jiri sneaked in. I sneak into his lobbies too. I sneak into quite a few people's lobbies. I'm not afraid to go up against some live streamers when they're drafting. On occasion, if I don't, it's because I want to preserve the budget. But whenever I'm watching someone's live stream and they enter, and especially if they give a countdown, I'm like, I kind of want to hop in right now. But sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. We go Lamar today, though. With Zay Flowers, always a better choice than without. But still a good choice even without. In round 5, Lamar is always one of the correct picks. But K-Space does not believe in Walker and that type of ceiling. It is a high projection, I would say. But if you told me Ken Walker has like a Jamal Charles light type of season, like a 1,400 yards and like 14 touchdowns, I wouldn't be shocked at all if that's what happened. But the contract they gave him, I think they are committed to giving Walker a lot of touches. But K-Space stays far away from Walker. There's a world he's still not worth this price, but if he doesn't pay off, I think he's still like at worst like a top of the third type of pick where he was going in pre-draft. But I still like the Andy Reid system and the running back. The fact they brought back Eric Bieniemy, who is, you know, a guy that got votes for the Heisman when he was in college as a running back, I think that's really going to help. I think Eric Bieniemy coaching Ken Walker is the reason I'm in. But let's get his replacement on this one. I'll go Jadarian Price. I don't take much of him, but in the 6th, it's more valuable than when it was in the 5th. And at this point, pick 65, it fits the team. I'll go Jadarian Price today. But they inside the 5-yard line, going to hand the ball off. I think Ken Walker will be perfectly fine. I don't think he busts. I don't think he's a first-round pick, but in general, I like the Chiefs running back has historically always been pretty productive. Even last year with Kareem Hunt, there was still some decent production and value out of that player. But yeah, do use Space 91. If you're right, then you'll be living. But he'd also bet that the Finns get those 5 wins over Walker getting 17 touchdowns. I mean, 17 touchdowns is a lot. I think it's possible for both. So, like, if you want to go with the unlikely ceiling projection on both, then yeah, go for it. But 17 touchdowns is much harder than 5 wins. Yeah, that's a pretty low threshold. Yet still, it's an interesting bet. Vice versa, but we'll see. It's not a very compelling bet to make. It's not that exciting, but how often have you seen a Chase Brown Burrow team? At this point in time, it would never happen, right? Like, since Chase Brown has clearly been in this pocket of running backs in the early 2nd round, it never happens. It used to happen pretty often, I would assume. Back when he was a 2nd, 3rd round pick at the 2-3 turn, Chase Brown used to be taken a lot over there, but haven't seen it since like May 20th, basically. Like mid-May was maybe the last time you got Chase Brown to fall at 22, but these days it's kind of impossible. But I'm a Finns fan, so who knows? I think you probably are aware they're getting a top 5 draft pick. I don't think it would be news to you if that's what happened. But Dolphins released their best player since 1990. Oh, films are fucked. Do I just take Herbert on this one? I don't think I've drafted Herbert today, but I get the bring back with Ken Walker, so the back stacks are always there. I do get the bring back. I think I got it in time. I'm going to go Rico Dowdle instead. we'll see what happens. The Lad McConkey Hampton drafter ranks him very high. Yeah, insta click on for Burgess, but I already have Lamar. It's not that. Honestly, it really probably helped me to pass on Herbert on this one. But I'm sure most people assume I'm going to take Herbert on every single team. I don't mind pulling him up, especially for content, especially for entertainment value. On a team like that third one we drafted with Best Ball Guy, it felt like the move. But in general, I think I'll be a little bit more balanced with my exposures. When I already have Lamar and I don't have a single Charger, the bring back on Walker is a factor, but it's not enough of a tiebreaker for me to care. I'll just go Rico, who I think is worth that pick. But I think I'm going to take Godwin here. On this team, I think it makes sense. The safer floor to help me carry a Malik Neighbors team through, I think, is a little bit better. I love Ricky Pearsall, but I've been taking him like a shit ton lately. And on a weekly basis, I think Chris Godwin has a very usable type of floor. Very high advance rate, I think, on Godwin, as long as he stays healthy. So if Neighbors has a low advance rate, Godwin should help me out a little bit. And he'll also be healthiest at the beginning of the season. Given his age, he might fall off down the stretch. But Godwin, Ricky Pearsall, I think two of the best picks in the 8th round at receiver. But Jiri says, I would have passed with Love. Yeah, you definitely didn't need Scatabo as the RB3. Given how you don't like him, I would have assumed the same thing. So Florida Panthers fucking stacked. Okay. But Jiri says, I was actually just finishing up another Fast Puppy listening. Wanted to hop in another one with it about to fill. So worked out. Yeah, pretty sweet. Price over BTJ. On the team I built, I was willing to do it there, Jiri. Here's the thing, Jiri. I love that our bet is BTJ versus Parker Washington, because if the bet was just that BTJ would pay off his price, there's part of me that's worried about that. But I have a decent amount of BTJ on this team with no RB2 there. I didn't mind it, but yeah, I'm sure you probably didn't expect that. I'm willing to pass on BTJ every now and then, but it's mostly, I just think that those two early Jags in the 6th might both suck. They both might not pay off. But I don't need him to pay off. I just need him to be better than Parker Washington. And that, I believe, that I don't need BTJ to be a smash at his pick for Parker Washington to still score less points than him. But if I didn't already have the build I did, I probably would have taken BTJ. But I got plenty BTJ. I have very little Jadarian Price. But A-Rod, I got that Cincinnati Mega Stack in my last draft. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Avi says Buccaneers backfield is going to be inconsistent all year. I think having multiple options there, collectively, the room will be pretty valuable, but individually, it will be hard to know when to start one. So in best ball is where I'd rather play the Bucs backfield. I think in redraft, there's going to be too many touches going to Bucky and Gainwell every single week. You're going to have to start one, but it's not going to feel great. And odds are you start the wrong one a decent amount. But Mahomes makes it back. I have Kenneth Walker on this team, so the stack is viable. The fall on Mahomes, I'm just going to take ADP 85. Oh no, ADP 93. I rank him 85. And he falls 11 spots. I have him stacked with his RB1, which is maybe not the best stack imaginable, but for the discount on price, it's pretty sweet. And it is still relevant. It is still a pretty solid combo. The Rashi Rice drafter passed. The Xavier Worthy drafter took him in the 9th, so couldn't take both. And then I guess nobody with the QJ bringback wanted that either. Where did Quentin Johnston go? I don't see him. Oh, QJ's on the other side of the board. QJ went 62. Holy shit. Chico Shake. Taking Quentin Johnston at 62 overall. Early 6th round. I've had a feeling it's going to happen, but I haven't seen it, to be honest. But Large Sneak says Walker is minus 105 for 8+ touchdowns. Not a good line. I mean, if you're assuming it's 15, then yeah, that's not inspiring. But 8+, I think he'll hit that. I think he'll have 8+. I am back on the board. I think I'm just going to take Travis Kelce. I've seen him fall a few times, but on this team, I'm not totally convinced it's the most necessary thing to go receiver. I've been trying to take more Kittle though lately, but with Mahomes, I think it works. I think it's the right call. I'll just take Kelce because otherwise we're just locked into Tyquan Thornton, and that's not my favorite choice. So Mahomes at 104. Let's make it look even better. Let's go with Kelce, even a little above ADP. It's been a minute since I've seen him at 128. I had a shocking team with Jiri yesterday where we got Kelce at 143. That was fucking insane. I have no idea how that happened, but I'm definitely not expecting it to happen on this one. If anything, even round 11 Travis Kelce is kind of rare. So I'll take him here at 113. He's very viable to just go off the board at like 119, 118, unstacked. Maybe not on Jiri's team. Maybe not at 119 or 122, but anybody else usually viable to take Kelce past ADP. But total touchdowns, rushing, and receiving, I bet Walker can get 13 to 14. Yeah, I would definitely tack on like 3 receiving touchdowns on top of the rushing scores. So if he gets 9 rushing, 3 receiving, that's 12. I think that's kind of the floor for him. I think Walker will have at least 12 touchdowns if fully healthy. But another aspect of the Vegas betting lines is they usually lower the number a little bit less than what they assume on a full season. Because if it's the true ceiling number, then everyone just hits the under, and all the guys that get hurt for just a game or two, that ends up capping the ceiling. And that's why the under is usually the better play on those season-long projections. On the season-long line, injuries are always going to help you hit the under. So that's why they kind of already cap it a little bit. I would assume it's more like 10 touchdowns as a projection, and then they're worried about an injury. He has gotten injured in the past. So even just like 3 missed games could prevent him from hitting that 10 touchdown threshold. That's where I think the line is a little bit lower than maybe some people think. But I think total touchdowns, it will factor in a lot on the goal line as well in the passing game. But Mr. Mufasa is late but present. What's up, fellas? Nice to see you, bro. Nice to see you. But Jiri says my team is nuts. I like both my bigger board bets this year. Adams versus Tate with BBG is a fun one. Yeah, that one's very interesting, especially with an injury. I forget if that's points per game or just points straight up, but I would assume, Jiri, that you're going to win on points per game. Overall points, if Adams misses time, you might get burned, but I don't think I trust Carnell Tate and Cam Ward anywhere near as much as Adams and Stafford. I am on the clock. I trust Kincaid a lot here, and even though he's a bit injury prone, with Kelce already, I'm going to ignore the veteran with Andrews. I think having Kelce, the veteran with Kelce, is already the play. So although Andrews does stack up, I just actually trust Kincaid with more upside. I think he's more valuable. Even with this stack, I don't really care. I'm going to trust my rankings on this one. I'm going to go with Kincaid. I think he can have way more yards than Andrews. I think Kelce can score just as many points as Andrews, if not more. And it was really just the stack that would make me inclined to go Andrews there. But I've seen him fall. It's not impossible to get him back around. But yeah, the 17 plus I think is kind of an egregious thing to say. I think that's a very optimistic, hyperbolic projection. It speaks to the upside that is possible, but to lock it in as what's going to happen, I think is pretty naive. 17 is definitely way too high of an assumption, but can he offer you 12 to 15? Absolutely. Jiri says it's overall points. So yeah, the touchdowns, you will win 100%. No doubt about it. Will you hit on the games played is the question. Here we could go Tyrone Tracy again. But the Keaton Mitchell bring back, I'd finally get a Charger. And I don't have much Keaton Missile. I'm going to go Missile today. There is a chance, at least a 15% chance, like I was saying, that any player gets injured. I will take Keaton Missile. I almost never take him, but I took Tyrone Tracy on the last one. And I think that team kind of needed Tracy a little bit more than this one does. Missile is just pure upside. And if you told me he had like 4 or 5 house calls this season, I think he's probably still worth a 14th, 13th round pick. So to take him here is still a little expensive, but to have 0, I think is also a bold stance that you might not feel wise about when it's all said and done. I don't want to have 0 Keaton Mitchell because this backfield is pretty prolific. The Mike McDaniel system will put up some good points. So Keaton Mitchell, fast enough, productive enough to really, really work out if there's an injury, but it's also possible he's still not the guy you need, even if Hampton goes down. Kimani Vidal is still relevant, but I have Mahomes, I have Kelsey, I have Walker. They play the Chargers week 17. That's one of my favorite games to target. So getting the bring back with the chance that Hampton is out, we would have a stellar player on our hands. But you know what I love about Keaton Mitchell as well? In week 16, the Chargers are traveling to Miami to play the Dolphins. We get a Mike McDaniel revenge game against the Dolphins. He scored 70 on Denver with Miami, and they fired him. I think they're going to play very well. They're also off a mini bye. They play Thursday night in week 15. So a little bit of extra rest, and that game's going to be a true blowout. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Hampton gets benched in the fourth quarter and we just see Keaton Mitchell get the rock for like 15 touches in the second half and he drops a massive, massive line against the Dolphins. I could see garbage time really be a factor for Keaton Mitchell week 16. So you also have to make it there to week 17 to make any valuable money. I could see Keaton Mitchell be a nice piece to have in that Dolphins matchup. I think that's a matchup I want. Just like the Jets matchup week 16 for the Patriots, I think if you have Chargers week 16, they're dropping like 50 points on the scoreboard. They're going to go nuclear in the Mike McDaniel revenge spot. They are not holding anything back. No doubt about it. But to get another bring back with Gadsden is also possible. Not the worst choice either. My receiver room is a little bit shaky though. My tight end room feels pretty decent. I'm going to go Debo first. I think Debo is a very safe pick. I don't mind reaching on him by a full round. I really don't care. Debo is going too late, and Debo will play. Debo has some injury risk, like any player. He's a bit older, kind of plays too physical to lock in all 17 games. But last year, he had multiple 15-plus pointers with the Commanders. He might just go back there. He also might sign with the Colts or somebody else that needs him. He will play, and I think he's more interesting than Juwan Jennings, the third receiver in Minnesota. Not that exciting. Debo could very easily be the number 2 receiver, or maybe even the number 1 if he goes to, I mean, the Raiders are still viable, but the Dolphins are also an option. Debo to the Dolphins, you know, that's also always in the cards, but we'll see. I think regardless of where he goes, he does pay off. 152. He's a good pick. Trey Tucker's still on the board, but I don't think I drafted Tank Bigsby today. I took Kamara on one team. I took somebody else on another one. I don't think we've drafted Bigsby yet. If we did, it's always fine. But actually, Pacheco fell. I actually got it in time. I'll go Pacheco. Fuck it. I got a lot of Tank Bigsby. And I've been saying Tank Bigsby straight up versus Pacheco is a viable bet. I have so much Bigsby, very little Pacheco. So for Pacheco to be falling into the 14th, I'll just go in that direction today. Balance out the exposures a little bit. As long as he stays the handcuff in Detroit, then he'll work out. They might bring in James Conner, though, but at the moment, based on all the information we can go off of, there is no other running back stealing volume from him other than Gibbs. So maybe he has more of a David Montgomery type of role. I doubt it. But if that's the case, he's way more valuable than this. And then obviously in the ideal scenario for Isaiah Pacheco, Gibbs misses some time. Gibbs goes down, and Pacheco is just one of the pieces that you need off the wire. But let's check in on the fill rate on the Fast Puppy. I want to see where we're at. I think we have enough time to just wait until the end of the lobby, but it's 4:30. I'm going to take a look. The Fast Puppy has, oh yeah, more than 1,500 spots. We'll do one more, but I'm not going to enter it just yet. Nate Brewer asks, what do you think about Tank Dell for this season? Tank Dell is worth clicking, but a very risky pick to not play more than like 3 games. You probably hear my cat in the background. She's begging for some food. She's literally standing on top of a pot where I hold her food. I have a pot that holds her treats, and she's literally standing on top of it, yelling at me in the background. I think it's loud enough for you guys to hear, if I had to guess. So I'm going to make this pick. I'm going to feed my cat, fill her request. But an interesting choice here. We have a 2-5-5-2 so far. The receiver room, very top heavy, but good balance out of veterans. At this point, I'm sure you can hear this cat very, very loud, but I'm probably going to stop at running back for a minute. Tight end is kind of calling my name. Schultz is there, and that's a pretty good fall on Schultz. Not like crazy, but he's already mispriced. I'll just go Schultz and move on. But let me feed this cat. Sorry, I didn't scroll down. But only Greg Dulcich and Keon Coleman were drafted in that little pocket of time there. If anything, it's been a minute since I've hit the pipe. I'm actually going to change the music. We're going to do one more. I'm going to change the music for this last one. Let's take it out. I'm going to play this one instead. A little different vibe. Just a little different vibe. We've been listening to that song on loop for 3 hours now, so I'm not listening to it. I don't hear it. It's just playing. You guys can hear it though. The soundtrack is interesting when I don't hear it. It's kind of trippy when I remember. Oh yeah, you guys are hearing this song in the background. But I honestly think these last 3 picks are just receivers. I could use another running back possibly, but I kind of like my 8 receiver build on this one a little bit more. But there's definitely options. Isolating a receiver though, you know what? Sure, I'll go Tank Dell on this one. I'll take Tank Dell. High upside if it does work out. He had a really good connection with Stroud early in his career. That rookie season was just so nice. I do like Tank Dell's upside. And I took Higgins on the last one, so the hedge on the Houston receiver 2. Noel already went off the board. Noel is a player some people like. But I think if he's healthy, the chemistry that Tank Dell has already established with Stroud will be the advantage. And I think vis-a-vis the same round, I think Tank Dell does have higher upside, so I'm willing to scoop him up on occasion. I don't want 0%. Tank Dell. But a nice little hit from the pipe. It's getting a little clogged, though. That one was a little weaker than I hoped. If anything, I'm going to do it again. There it is. That one was nice. But, okay. It's 4:30. We'll make 2 more picks, and then I'll draft another one. And I think for the sake of time, I'll do the team reviews while we're drafting that next one. I think I'm just going to hop into a lobby separately, and then we'll come back and take a look at y'all's teams. But on this one, let's see. The bringbacks we got are in Cincinnati and Baltimore. I could take a Ravens receiver. Mahomes and the Chargers. I already have Keaton Mitchell. I did not take Gadsden. I do not want Njoku on this team. I could go Brandon Thompson if I really wanted, but I don't think I will. I think odds are if I set up a bringback on that, I'll probably go with like Tyquan Thornton for the stack. But if Wicks is here, I'll probably just take Wicks. I expect him to get sniped here by prime time who gets the fall. It's not a huge fall. It's like 9 spots this late. It's kind of meaningless, but it is something. He might just take it. Yeah, he does. I think I like Surratt the most at the moment. I think all of the rookies at this point are all kind of interesting, but Surratt lines up with Lamar pretty well, and if I got sniped on Surratt versus some of these other guys, I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever. So I'll take Surratt. Keenan goes instantly after. I was not thinking Keenan on this one at all, so we're chilling. But that Flournoy price, somebody took him at 134, ahead of Stephon Diggs. Wow, yeah, Chico Shake does not give a fuck about ADP. Kind of just betting on an injury in Dallas with that price. But wow, that's I don't know if I would do that. I definitely wouldn't do that. Flournoy, round 12. That's pretty egregious, honestly. But who knows? An injury might happen. $1 in a auction format versus $2. Oh no. Oh no. But Ted Hurst goes. I would have liked Ted Hurst a little bit on this one, but instead, I think I'm just gonna go Tyquan. I have Travis Kelce and Kenneth Walker, but having at least one receiver, I know he's the receiver 3. There is some chemistry there. I'll go with Tyquan. Round 18. So here's the full roster. Lamar Jackson and Mahomes. Mahomes at 104 was a steal. Love that. Kenneth Walker justified it, but we also got the backstack in Kelce and Tyquan. I took Jadarian Price on this team. I don't take him too often, but mixing it up, getting a share here, a share there, it's fine. But Jerry was surprised. I passed instead of taking BTJ. I took Price. But Rico Dowdle, I think a really good RB3. Love it. And then we're just taking the chance that maybe these high-priced handcuffs are actually worth it. But it does feel odd. It does feel a little bit weird. A little expensive to go Keaton Mitchell and Pacheco. But I have so many teams with Tank Bigsby, it's worth having a different team. And if you just told me of the Lions backup running back, that is worth pick 161. If you have the Chargers backup running back, that is also worth maybe not 137, but upside-wise in best ball, I'm fine mixing it in on occasion. But I will say Keaton Mitchell is my least drafted Charger other than Kamani Vidal. I have 20% Hampton and like maybe 4% Keaton Mitchell. But Amon-Ra, Zay Flowers, Malik Neighbors, if he's in the starting lineup, watch out. Godwin, Debo Samuel, Tank Dell, Elijah Surratt, and Tyquan Thornton. Love the upside and like the early season bets on Dell and Debo. I think they'll be healthier early in the year. Same with Godwin. Once we make it to when Neighbors is in the lineup, past his week 8 bye, we have a top 5 option any given week. So I'm happy to take Neighbors now. I think the news is positive enough where you should take him. Also 5 picks past ADP. A little surprising. But Kelce stacked up on this one. Kincaid for that elite breakout potential. He's eligible to finish top 5 at the position. But we got Schultz as well on this team. A ton of volume. The floor is very high every week with Schultz and Kelce. And then the ceiling is very high with Kincaid and Kelsey. So this team is fun. This team is interesting. A good bet on the Chiefs, never hurt anybody. And then Lamar with Flowers and Surratt. Always feels nice. But running back, I will say, there's a world where running back is just not good enough, or Price isn't hitting at the end of the year because of Charbonnet, and maybe one of these handcuffs just doesn't work out. That's the main concern. But overall, the team feels very nice otherwise. And we got some good values all throughout the board. There's one team I really want to check out before we move on, though. It's Jerry's team. He took Caleb, Cam Ward, and Daniel Jones. Good values all around. And then hopefully some stacks as well. I know he has Luther Burden. We'll see about the rest. But Bijan, Jeremiah Love, Jalen Warren, RJ Harvey at 95 is a pretty nice fall. 10 picks. And then JCM. So I'm lower on Love than he is, but I understand the talent. If you do advance Love to the playoffs, his schedule's phenomenal. And with Bijan, it feels more likely you're able to do that. But I'm Rico over Warren. Warren's fine, but much more of a floor play, low ceiling, in my opinion, but an okay click. I don't mind it. The fall on Harvey, I would have taken it as well, so very good pick. And then JCM could be great. It's the Commander's backfield that's worth mixing in all of them, but he's not my desired play at 122. I think I feel good enough about the running back room where I'm not that concerned about taking JCM there. So I just don't like him. But especially on Love, like you've told me in the past, you just want to try and focus on advancing. Having a good running back room aside from him is the way to do it. So far, pretty good. We got Pickens, Terry on this one, Luther Burden stacked. Josh Downs at 98 feels pretty solid. Myers at 119 is a really nice value. Trey Tucker at 167, very good. And then Kamari DK, kind of irrelevant, but last year did play pretty well. And here it is, the fade on tight end with Barner, Freiermuth, and Gesicki. Not bad, kind of a cap ceiling, but I like Freiermuth a lot. Barner had 7 touchdowns last year. And then Gesicki might not be the guy, it might be Eric All, but if you told me Higgins goes down for a week or 3, Gesicki's scoring like 12.5 points per game in those scenarios. He's done it in the past, so it is viable in that standpoint. It's not terrible, but you need a tight end. Gesicki could just be worthless, though. It is possible. So good luck at tight end, but that's not a problem. Receiver, excellent values on Downs and Myers and Tucker. Really good there. Even nice fall on Terry. And then running back, it's just like, can these mid options get the job done? Odds are Bijan carries you so much, it's really going to work out well. So good luck with quarterbacks. They should work out. The team that Jiri put up is definitely a nice one. As expected, a very good team from Jiri Football. If anyone hasn't checked out Jiri, friend of the channel, go and subscribe over there. Awesome dude, awesome channel, awesome takes. And yeah, I would agree. Your team is nuts. Your team is pretty good. Quarterback could just be mid, though. Quarterback might not be good enough. In theory, they could just suck. In terms of injury risk on Jones, possible. Cam Ward just might not break out. And then Caleb might just be going too high, but I don't want to believe in all the downside. I think that the upside is also pretty nice. Okay, like I said, we're just going to draft and then do the team reviews while we can. The Fast Puppy is almost full. It's 99%. And this is my last draft of the evening. So if you want to join me, I'm hopping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Two spots remaining. We'll see what happens. Which pick do I get here? I get pick 10. Not bad. Not bad at all. But let me catch up with the chat real quick. Got to get at least one Bears receiver. Do you agree? I don't think you have to. If I can only get one, give me Colston Loveland, because right now I'm actually a little bit concerned that maybe Keenan Allen might go to the Bears. I doubt it, but it is still possible. And if it does, you're going to be really upset with all your Luther Burden shares. That would suck. But even without that happening, I don't know if Burden is a lock to pay off. He's fine, especially falling these days. He's much better in the 5th. But even if you don't get Ramadunze, I don't think it's the end of the world. They're good clicks. They're all a little bit more expensive than they should be, but it's not a bad team to target. If you really want it, go for it. But if I can only get one, give me Colston Loveland. But every penny counts. Let's get it to 70. We got 71 watching. At this point, it's fallen down a little bit, but at one point we had 99 people watching. That was really dope. We got 59 likes. Appreciate everyone for hopping in and hitting that like button. If you've enjoyed our live stream today, consider becoming a subscriber. And I assure you, if you play redraft fantasy football, I'll have a lot of content throughout the season helping you set your lineup, my rankings every week, as well as injury reports. Those are huge. My win-loss picks every week. And I will also answer all your questions on your start-sit decisions throughout the season. But wicked good. I'm drunk. What is this place? This is where we smoke weed and draft best ball teams when we're on the live stream here on this channel. Nice and blunt. I'm Adam Riancha, your host. And thanks for subscribing, Wicked Good. Wicked Good. Reminds me of my Boston days. They say wicked a lot out there, but obviously a place that nobody cares. Wow, you're a douche. Subscribe just to leave that comment? Oh no. Oh no. Please, stranger on the internet, like me. It is what it is. I'm not going to worry about someone I don't know not enjoying it. At this point, you can do what you like. But we're drafting one more team, and we got CeeDee Lamb on this one at pick 10. Starting off with a receiver, then running back. But running back is definitely the move. Hampton might still be there, so could be the play. But didn't I already draft Lamb and Hampton earlier today? I think so. I'll go Henry instead. I'll go Derrick Henry instead. But trying different structures near the end of the contest, definitely. You want to mix it up. You can't have the same build all the time. So if there's one you've been lacking on, yeah, you probably want to mix it in a bit more. But I joined 2 drafts, got 101 in the overflow as well. You're in this one at pick 5, and you're multi-tabling. Sweet, bro. Good luck. You got Puka at pick 5, but Jefferson went pick 4. Interesting. You almost got Bijan. If that guy wasn't paying attention, there's a chance he could have gotten Bijan. That would have been sick, but definitely not expecting it ever. But Christian tried to get in with you, but I got the 102 instead. That's a nice consolation prize, but wicked nerdy. Yeah, wicked hater. If you want to come and spread hate, be a little troll on the internet, that's your choice. Kind of a miserable lifestyle, but you're also entitled to come in here and leave. That's also fine. You know, take it or leave it. It's okay. Austin Burgess, are you still doing the team reviews from the earlier drafts? Oh, thanks for reminding me. Shit, thanks for reminding me. We'll mix some in for sure. I'll start with you since you mentioned it. The Burgess had Herbert, Malik Willis, and Rodgers. That's pretty sweet. Hampton, Saquon, Bucky, Mason, and Charbonnet. Not bad. When I have Charbonnet, I like him as the 5th, but I usually take a 6th. I usually don't stop there, but it does check out. I think it's totally fine. T. Higgins, Ladd, Rome, Golden, Keon, Darnell Mooney, and Ted Hurst. The Keon at 178 is weird, but fine ultimately. And then Kraft, Andrews, and Gadsden. Very fun team. Mega stack with Herbert, always nice. And then good tight end room, good running back room. The Charbonnet play is always fun. And then receivers deep enough not to worry about it. But a little bit tricky if Golden doesn't hit. This bench depth could be trash. And now I understand not taking the 6th running back. But quarterback is good enough. No concern. Yeah, really good team, honestly. I would give it like an A-. The receiver room, maybe more of a B+, but definitely viable to advance if you don't get burned on injuries. But I'll take a look at somebody else after these picks. Thank you for reminding me. But Jiri says Puka at 5 is a lovely gift. Always nice on the fall. But I need to adjust my ranks. They're so much different than what the ADP is. I haven't adjusted my ranks in about a month now. So things are changing. At this point, I'm trying to just maybe catch up a little bit on a player I've faded. I'm just going to go Neighbors first. And then if these two teams want to give me Allen, I'll take it. But with Lamb and Neighbors, I get the bring back in that Cowboys-Giants game. So that's definitely a reason to just do it. And like, while it was nice to get him at 44, is it that much different to just take Neighbors at 34 instead of getting him at 39? I was feeling like I could probably get Allen at 39, more likely than Neighbors at 39. So I go in that direction. And here, we still have Javonte on the board, Travis, Garrett Wilson, Josh Jacobs. I've kind of been talking myself out of Javonte a little bit, but I don't have much of him. I think I'll just do it. We'll build out that Cowboys-Giants bring back a little bit more. In the fourth, since I don't take him almost ever, I was never taking him in the third, really. Very rarely doing it. I am a little bit worried about the injury risk or something, but Javonte, at the moment, has the job, got the contract extension, and there's no reason to full fade him. So at 39, I'll just take him. I don't have much of him, I will say that, but McSpears, nice and blunt, is OG. Appreciate that. Nice work on the 10.1K subs. Thanks, brother. It's been a lot of hard work. It's paid off, and it feels good. But thanks very much. Space Cowboy. Are you in this one too, Space Cowboy? I didn't shout out y'all in the lobby, but I believe you're in the last one. Maybe that's my guess. But let me pivot back to that other lobby, do another team review as promised. Let's see. We already took a look at Jiri's team. Young Phil is in here. I believe he's a member. And then there's also Super Beast, I know is a member. Young Phil, I'm pretty sure. So I'm just going to do it. But it's possible you're not a member. It's all right. But Burrow and Darnold, a little thin perhaps. But if it's mega stacked at 77, taking Burrow's nice. Kyron, Scatabo, Aaron Jones, Rodriguez, Kamara, and Sampson. Interesting. A little bit of injury risk for sure. Some veterans that are old, and then maybe some cap ceiling backups. But Kyron and Scatabo should be okay enough. I don't click Jones very much anymore. I'll say that. I kind of stopped taking Aaron Jones myself. But JSN, Drake London, Mike Evans, Harrison Worthy, Jalen McMillan, and Malik Washington, Laporta, Otten, and Njoku. I feel like this team might be missing stacks. You got JSN. You don't have T. Higgins or Jamar Chase. So just price enforcing on Burrow. It's fun, but at least it was in the 7th round. I have no issue with it in theory because you need the points to advance. But your quarterback room does not feel very good. I'll be honest. The quarterback room is not my favorite way to build it. I might feel better if it was just Purdy, honestly. Like if you took Purdy as well, like instead of Aaron Jones or something, that ADP doesn't line up. Instead of Xavier Worthy or something, that might feel better. But Burrow should be worth it. In theory, he should be worth it. I'm on the clock, though. We took Colonel Tate a lot. Do I just take him again, or do I go DJ Moore? I think on this one, I'll go DJ Moore, because here's the thing about Colonel Tate. As good as he can be, I'm still a little worried about the touchdown upside in Tennessee. It's pretty crowded. And even if he gets like 140 targets, like 5 touchdowns is still a concern. And then, this no one's talking about, but it's actually pretty relevant. I worry about his matchup in Week 17. He goes against Joey Porter Jr. That's actually kind of tough. Actually, kind of difficult. So, on this one, I'll just go Jaden Daniels. I got no issue with him unstacked. Tyler Warren's off the board. We already took Jadarian Price today. Tyson's not a bad pick. But I think I can still get receivers I like moving forward. Meanwhile, just grabbing Jaden Daniels is not a bad choice. only risk with him is injury. Otherwise, he's a good pick. But last year, he only had one game over 20 points, and it was 21. Last year, Jaden Daniels was not very good. If that repeats, you'll be bummed on Jaden Daniels being drafted this high. But he could also drop 35 any given week. A lot of rushing upside. That's for sure. But, yo, Jiri took Scatabo just for me. It's about time. I think from the 5 slot, starting receiver, you already feel risky. Leaning into the risk and just trusting Scatabo there is the right play. That, I think, is the best way to do it. I like it on that build particularly. I like it a lot. So, love to see it, Jiri. Taking a gamble, it's worth it every now and then. But the sweaty overflow. I'll tell you what, I'm sweating a little bit. The room is hot as fuck here in the middle of summer. But very decent. Quarterback is iffy. I take 2 stud quarterbacks and then add a third half the time. I'm starting to lean towards stopping on my 3 quarterback builds unless it's really, really good value. Because I have mostly 3 QB builds so far. But Blue is a D-Gen good pick. Yeah, I still take Blue. I've been taking him a little bit more. I'm starting to see the vision on Jaden Blue. And therefore, I'm talking myself out of Javonte. But taking both at a nice price is pretty sweet. Now that Javonte's in the 4th again, it feels better. But I will say, him versus Jacobs versus Scatabo versus Travis, I could see him being the lowest value pick of those 4. I could have still made the wrong choice, but it is the bring back after all with Neighbors and that Cowboys investment. That was also a big factor, but Javonte could be great yet again. There's no room for like elite upside though, because it's a much higher price than it once was. But similar to, am I actually taking Chuba the second time today? Holy shit, am I actually doing that? I don't know if I want to do that. No, I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna go Harvey instead. I'll go Harvey instead. I've taken Rico twice already. I already took Chuba. I have not taken Harvey yet. And Hubbard goes. Thankfully, I don't have to even think about it in the next round. But Herbert also goes. I didn't have a reason to take Herbert, especially with Jaden Daniels. A week 7 double up on the bye would be pretty wild, unstacked. I didn't have Lad, so it would be pretty odd to do that. But on this one, I kind of want to pull up Ricky Pearsall, my preferred option in this range. Not going to lie, that's kind of what I want to do. But I've passed on Jaden Reed a bunch of times lately. It's kind of probably about time. I just take Jaden Reed. Reed is a big spike week guy. A lot of injuries last year. Looked pretty gross, honestly, when he was active. Only week 1 was usable last year for Jaden Reed. Otherwise, he maxed out at like 8 points. He also took way longer than expected to recover from his injuries. And he's actually become kind of injury prone the last couple seasons. So I actually would rather just take Matthew Golden at cost. But to have mostly Matthew Golden shares and lately almost no shares of Jaden Reed, it's worth also just pivoting and mixing it up a little bit. I've pulled up Ricky Pearsall a ton. I love that pick. I took Godwin over Jaden Reed in the last one. So today, we'll just go Jaden Reed. In best ball, he's a much better pick, though, than in redraft. You know that you don't have to worry about it in best ball when to start him. In redraft, it's a major headache because any given week, you can convince yourself, this is the game where Jaden Reed has a 30-pointer. This is the game where he just goes nuclear. And it might not happen. And it might happen when you bench him out of frustration. You might just get fed up betting on it and it not working out, that you're like, fuck it, I can't trust Jaden Reed. He's on my bench. And that's the spot where he does blow up. And that's the most frustrating way to play fantasy football in redraft. So if I am going to take Reed, it's got to be in best ball. He's not a bad pick, necessarily speaking, but for the price, I think I'd rather just take Kraft like 5 picks earlier or wait 2 rounds and get Matthew Golden. The breakout on Golden could be higher than what Jaden Reed has to offer this season. I think straight up, it's possible that Golden is actually the better pick and they should go back to back. But Golden also looked like shit last season, and Jaden Reed was also injured. So maybe Golden just sucks. Maybe that's not wise. But I'd rather bet on Christian Watson Kraft, who go much higher, than Jaden Reed at 87. Jaden Reed feels like a weird pick right now. I feel like he could fall to pick 100, and it wouldn't be crazy. I also think if you wanted to take him where Quentin Johnston's going, it also wouldn't be that crazy. Jaden Reed has such wide ranges of outcomes, and that's kind of the case for a lot of receivers in this range. Like, it's hard to say exactly what will happen on all these receivers, but for the most part with Reed, most weeks he won't hit the lineup, and then when he does, he's going to crush with touchdowns. But I could just pair up Harvey with Dobbins. That's a possibility. I don't hate it. Every week I have the Broncos starting running back. I don't hate it, but I don't know if that's the position I need the most. I'm willing to push it. And because Jerry's in this lobby, I'll take his boy Kyle Pitts. I've been also trying to get a little bit more shares of Kyle Pitts. Dobbins goes 107. I think we took him in the next round earlier today, so sometimes he just falls, apparently. But with Harvey, it's not completely necessary to have both. It's interesting. If I didn't have Javonte, I might have just done it. But I have Javonte, so RB4 on the bench, one of the Broncos every week. Dobbins will carry me early season. He's not a bad pick, but I just don't know if I needed it. I wasn't desperate for it. So we pass on that. Quarterback options are a little bit gross. But I have Jaden Daniels. I'm just going to... I don't think I got it in time. It's going to give me Golden. We go with Reed and Golden on this one. And you know what I've seen? It's very unlikely to happen. The Christian Watson draft was right next to me. Yeah, he goes instantly. Never mind. But the Packers receiving room is one where I think every week it'll move around. I think it's really going to be really hard to predict. So I do like Golden as a very legit pick. This may not have been the best choice to do, but with a neighbors team, getting some more points at receivers, always feeling a little bit wiser. And I do kind of like to play the Packers because they're kind of all over the place with multiple options, even unstacked. I don't think it's terrible, but in the back of my mind, there was kind of hope that maybe Love could fall back. I've seen it happen. I've seen Love fall like a cliff. Probably never would have happened, but I kind of forgot that Chad, Niners fan, had Christian Watson right next to me. But let me do a quick team review real quick. Young Phil, I think we already checked it out. The team was pretty legit. But Super Beast was in that one. If you're still watching, Keith, let's take a look. We got Drake May, Kyler Murray. That's fine. Ashton Genty, Javonte, Josh Jacobs, Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington. So pretty top heavy. No issue with that. Don't love these two names. Not my favorite rookies at this point, but I used to draft a shit ton of Emmett. I don't anymore, so it could work out. Jefferson, Carnell Tate, Metcalf, Addison, Dobbs, Coker, Shakir, and Pat Bryant. Very, very balanced, loaded receiver room. No worries, Keith. But Hunter Henry, TJ Hawkinson, and Evan Ingram. Don't see Evan Ingram too often, but I suppose it's worth clicking on occasion. It's not like he's worthless. You get the bring back in New England, so there is that. Last year, the Patriots were a very good tight end matchup, so it's possible it happens again. They do have Christian Gonzalez. Might make receiver a little tricky. So receiver room's great. Running back is very top heavy, so that might be all you need. Quarterback is legit, stacked up with Jefferson and Addison. You don't have a receiver stacked up with May, but you do have Hunter Henry, and that's all you need. I don't love Hawkinson and Ingram, though. I think tight end is actually very, very gross. Because Henry is nice, but tight end one, these are not the two I want to have behind him. Give me like a Schultz or like a Juwan Johnson, or like even a Tiefer, I kind of like, but that I'm not in love with, not going to lie. I think I'll go Goddard here just because I trust him the most. I think he's more valuable than Andrews, actually. I'll let the board decide if I get Andrews on the next turn. But Keith, I thought the team was pretty good. Tight end might be an issue though. If Henry suffers an injury, I think you're screwed. But that's the position that matters the least, and everything else I think checked out. So as long as Kyler Murray stays the quarterback, then I think that team is definitely viable. I like that team quite a bit. Those running backs 4 and 5 though were a little bit hard to trust. That's usually the case when you wait. But about to be back on the clock. Andrews does fall. I already have Derrick Henry, so I could just do that. But Stephon Diggs is still here, and I think he's a pretty decent bet to just land in Washington and be a commander. So hoping that I get the backstack with Jaden Daniels. I believe they bring in another pass catcher, and I believe it's Stephon Diggs. That is what he's been linked to the most. The rumor mill has been churning for Diggs to Washington for quite a bit. So let's take him. Let's do that. K-Space in the overflow. MC Spears, I have a question. With 1 point PPR versus half point PPR, how different were the winning lineups? Chat can answer if they know. I watch rookie highlight reels and they all look good. I quit or was kicked out of all my redraft leagues. Do it with your second good top RBs. This is a fantasy bid, respect, but we need a QB1. Get me Baker, Mack, Dillon, Arch, Sorsby. A lot of random takes here. A lot of random notes. I don't really disagree with too many of them. Like, they're all fair, like in a vacuum. But to answer your original question on like the difference between full PPR and half point PPR, you probably need a lot more receivers in that build early, or you need the running backs that just crush with receptions. I think there are some running backs that are really critical to hyper target, but that's kind of the main difference. You want to attack volume, and there's some players who like are way better for touchdowns than volume. Those guys are not as good of a pick in this format in full PPR, but this is half PPR. Typically always on Underdog, you're drafting in a half PPR type of scenario. But I need some Diggs teams. Have 0. You don't have any Diggs teams? He's been so affordable. He's been such an obvious good pick. That's pretty shocking. You don't have any Diggs. I've got a shit ton of Stephon Diggs. I believe I'm at 19% Stephon Diggs. And there was a point when I had 25%, and I was like, okay, I'm going to stop just because he's old and I don't want to risk the injury too much. But I still take Diggs like crazy. And if you told me he was a commander, I'd probably take him next to like Michael Pittman. He's at least worth pick like 100, 105. Not sure he'd be an 8th round pick, but at worst, I think he's like right next to Ricky Pearsall, Michael Pittman, and Xavier Worthy. But it's all right, Mixed Beers. I guess I'm just not sure if there's like a question, but I do like Tyson a little bit. I have been fading Tyson a tiny bit just because of all the quarterbacks and Tyler Warren who go in that round as well. I'm also more inclined to take Tony Pollard sometimes just because I need him. But I might just take Rodgers because it like kind of fits. But running back is weird. I'll go Bigsby first. I'll just add on Tank Bigsby. This range of the draft is just pretty gross in general. And like, it's just get your guys season essentially. So a team with Tank Bigsby, I think that's the first one today. We waited a lot longer than typical to draft Bigsby. But yeah, you should definitely draft more Stephon Diggs. He probably signs very soon. So get in now while you can. He used to go much later though. He's already had quite a significant rise. Back when he was like pick 150, it was like a no-brainer. Such a good pick. But I'm just going to add on Aaron Rodgers here. I don't really trust too many quarterbacks remaining. Bryce Young is available, but I actually rank Rodgers above Bryce Young. And I don't have a single Panther, so it's kind of just like trusting the points. Who I like more. I'm going to go Rodgers just because, and Bryce Young goes immediately after. So he's my QB2. Just getting some points at the position just to move on. with my day. Daniels might miss some time, but typically hits my lineup with the top 5 ceiling most of the weeks. And if he shits the bed, we should have a decent floor with Rodgers. I like him more this year with Mike McCarthy and Michael Pittman and no Jonnu Smith, no Arthur Smith. That is better for Rodgers, but I kind of just need quarterback there. I kind of just desperately need the points before it's too late. But there's a player I'm really hopeful to get in the next round. If you've watched my live streams the last few days, you probably know who it is. I went on a tangent on him earlier, hyping him up, hoping for something specific to happen. But I'm not going to say the name, just in hopes. I get him, but odds are I get sniped if I had to guess. I'll get sniped. But so far, the 2-4-6-2 build is looking pretty decent. We have Jaden Daniels and Aaron Rodgers. We have Derrick Henry, Javonte Williams, RJ Harvey, and Tank Bigsby. The Harvey bet is a little bit shaky though. And then at receiver, it feels pretty loaded if we can get Malik Neighbors back early enough. The team feels great. CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, DJ Moore, and then both Jaden Reed and Matthew Golden in Green Bay. One of them should hit pretty much every week. And then if Christian Watson gets hurt, that's happened plenty of times, we have both starting Packers wideouts. That'd be fantastic. That would be sweet. Even Kraft is an injury candidate, but ideally, I think on this team, Christian Watson is going down. Or just Reed and Golden just ping pong into the lineup week over week. One of them hits, the other one does not. And that'd be fine as well. But Kyle Pitts should be pretty productive. Dallas Goedert, one of my favorite picks on the board. I like him more than Andrews. I passed twice on Andrews on this one. And then Stephon Diggs, a very viable candidate to land in Washington. We might get the back stack with Diggs and Jaden Daniels. Totally possible. We'll see what happens. But I also have Rodgers unstacked, so I might be looking for some Steelers coming up. I might be looking for that. But Big Sweezy on the clock. Might need a receiver. He goes Stribling. And then Chad is right next to me. Niners fan. Doesn't have multiple tight ends. I think he's going tight end here. That'd be my guess. He goes, damn it. I thought I could maybe bait him into going with tight end. I really wanted Jerry Jeudy there. I really wanted Jerry Jeudy. And that feels so crazy to say, but that is totally what I wanted. Trey Harris, though, falls a full round, so I get my Charger. Come on down. Trey Harris, 178. Damn it, Chad. Damn it. Jerry almost sniped me on Jeudy as well, but needed the running back more. If I'm right about the landing spot, man, he's a good pick. But he feels like just a fine pick in this. Like it feels like there's no real risk this late. It doesn't feel like that's the case at all. But I'm going to go with my third tight end. I'm going to go Pat Freiermuth, stacking him up with Rodgers. Some might say I need Jeremy Bernard, but I think my receiver room is pretty good so far. I don't think that's the position of need as much. And both of those players can hit the flex, but I think Freiermuth will be on the field a lot more than Jeremy. If I'm going to stack Rodgers, I don't want to do it with a rookie. I think that's the least exciting option. Rodgers does not trust rookies typically. So last year, some good chemistry with Freiermuth. The same volume as Jonnu, but twice the production, twice the efficiency. Freiermuth was pretty solid in limited looks, but his volume might double this year. It will go up at the very least, and he's been a good floor play all of the time. He should be going earlier. I think he's a better click than Hawkinson. I think he's a better click than Sadiq. I think he's a better click than Cade Otton. I'm not convinced he's a better click than Dalton Schultz, though. I think he should be going 2 rounds higher in the same range as Schultz, Juwan Johnson, Brenton Strange. I think Freiermuth can pay that off. I think he's a really good price. So the backstack with Rodgers, always a legit possibility. It's not bad, but Chad says, sorry, Adam, my receiver room is weak. I guess I must have sold you on Jeudy to pass on the fall of Trey Harris. For Trey Harris to fall a full round and you just still prefer Jerry Jeudy was kind of a bummer. But I don't blame you. It feels like a good pick. Damn it, Tua goes. I was hopeful to get Tua, not going to lie. I have Kyle Pitts at the very least, so I would have 100% taken Tua. At least now, without Jerry Jeudy, it wouldn't have been as important. But Jaden Daniels, Aaron Rodgers, can I get it done with just those two? Because I'm not going to lie, as much as I like Jaden Daniels, I genuinely worry about his chances of getting hurt. I genuinely don't see him playing all 17 weeks. And if you told me he missed like 4 games, but still was like the guy you needed against the Jaguars week 17, my mistake, I think that's totally legit. So at this point, I just want to advance and get past, the early season. And this might sound crazy, but I might handcuff him in round 18. I might handcuff him. Go with the 3-5-7-3. Because running back, that's a position of need, but like none of these guys feel good. Fuck it. I'm gonna go with James Conner. I'll take Conner on this one. Fuck it. And then we're just trusting that Javonte stays healthy, essentially. Harvey does pop. Bigsby takes over. Conner plays well early season. But this might feel very strange to those watching. I'm going to queue up Marcus Mariota. Because here's the thing. When Mariota is the starter, he has top 15 weekly value. He has so much rushing production. He has good receiving targets. It's a team that will probably be in catch-up mode. He runs the ball and usually gives you a rushing touchdown every week. Like, legitimately, he offers a lot of rushing scores. Last year, he had only 1. But in 2022, he had 4. I might just take him because I actually really want the third quarterback. But do I just take Penix? Maybe I just take Penix because I have Kittle. I don't have anyone for Shador. I think it makes a little bit more sense to just take Penix, actually. I'm not going to go Mariota. But if I was in, whatchamacallit, the Superflex lobbies, I might take Mariota with a lot more conviction. He goes way cheaper than Penix, but Penix might get some starts. Tua could just go down. Penix with with Pitts is the play. That's why I wanted Tua. I had Kyle Pitts. I was hopeful for Jerry Jeudy, and the Tua connection is why I have had a change of heart, Keith. I understand. I've definitely ragged on people for taking Jerry Jeudy in the past. I did not see the vision. I definitely didn't see the vision. But now I'm pretty sold on him getting traded. I do not believe he plays the full year in Cleveland. There is no reason for that to happen. They drafted Casey Concepcion in the first round, and then they drafted Denzel Boston in the top 40 in round 2. Why the fuck would you want to keep Jerry Jeudy? You have Harold Fenton. You have 2 rookies that are very good. You want them to develop. You're not going to be competitive this year. Jeudy gets an $18 million contract. That's sounds like a lot, but it's actually a very movable deal. It's not that big of a contract, honestly. It's $1 million more than Rashid Shaheed, $3 million more than Jalen Naylor. It is absolutely a movable contract. So if the Browns are smart, they'll get rid of him. They might showcase him even in the early weeks just to have a buyer more interested, gin up a bidding war. I don't think they can get much for him, but a 5th round pick to the Falcons, I think makes a lot of sense. And in my opinion, that is what will happen because of the Stefanski connection. Stefanski has already traded for him. The Tua connection, Tua was his college quarterback when he played the best of his career. That would line up ideally. He's still only 27 years old, 28. Either 27, 28, one of the two. And then also the Falcons really, really need a wideout, number 2. I think that is the most legit scenario for Jerry Jeudy. Maybe the Browns say fuck you to Kevin Stefanski, say we want to hold on to him, or maybe they trade him somewhere else. But Jerry Jeudy is a very safe pick because all these guys this late could just be zeros. and I don't think he's going to completely disappear. And then if he gets traded anywhere, they're going to use him. But especially if he gets traded to the Falcons, I think he will realize his true potential in that environment. So that's why I've come around on Judy. The price is so low, and the upside, if I'm correct, is there. But I'm doing a lot of wish casting. There's still a lot of scenarios where that just doesn't happen. You know, it definitely might not happen, but all of the checkpoints for it to work out are there. And if the Browns are just making a smart choice, it should happen. They drafted well enough for me to believe that their GM knows enough to make it happen. It definitely makes a lot of sense. So that's why I think he's a good pick. But he could also just suck. You could definitely tell me that Trey Harris is more valuable. I might have gotten the better pick. But Chad says 16% Trey Harris, needing to diversify my portfolio. Same, brother. I have 25% Trey Harris. I have a lot. I didn't want to take another share, but around fall, it's worth it. But Austin says ugliest running back room I've ever drafted. We'll see. Let's take a look at mine real quick. Just one final reminder on how it turned out. Daniels, Rodgers, and Penix. Daniels, hopefully, with Stephon Diggs. Rodgers with Freiermuth, and then Penix with Kyle Pitts. Henry, Javonte, RJ Harvey, Bigsby, and James Conner. Conner is actually kind of important on this one, but Henry and Javonte just have to stay healthy. That's kind of all I need. If I get anything out of Bigsby, it's great, but Harvey should hit the lineup with spikes. When it's hitting, it should be decent. But receiver room feels fine with Lamb, Neighbors, DJ Moore, both Packers, Reed and Golden, and then Diggs and Trey Harris. Pretty solid, but maybe Neighbors is pretty risky. And then Kyle Pitts, Dallas Goedert, and Pat Freiermuth. It's possible that I should have just taken running back or quarterback instead of Goddard. I think that might have helped me, honestly. I did pass on Malik Willis for Goddard. That could have been sweet. Yeah, that was probably the right call. If I had Carnell Tate instead of DJ Moore, I would 100% just taken Cam Ward. But I took Goddard instead. That is the pick I regret. That is the one pick I think I messed up on. I like Goddard a lot. He's pretty valuable, but on this team specifically, I think Malik Willis would have been better. In hindsight, I didn't get Tua. So Tua is kind of the play I was hoping for. It just didn't work out. It's all fine. It is what it is. But all right, this was our last draft. So if anybody else is live, I'm going to take a look. Maybe we can redirect y'all in their direction. But the rest of the way, I'm just doing team reviews. And then my girlfriend's coming over by the end of the hour. So I'm going to be kind of busy. I need to log off. But, yo, Chess Liam is live right now. I'm sure y'all might be interested in that. The Flock is also live. And Who Hames is live. Let's send you to Who Hames' channel. Let's send you to Who Hames' channel. Our boy gets the redirect link. But okay, let me catch up with chat real quick. MC Spears, I'm 0.01% Flacco. In Superflex, I actually take Flacco quite a bit, but that's interesting on the $3 million winning lineup in daily. But wow, what the fuck? It took Cup for me when I had RBs in my queue. I need to check my position limits. L. Oh, that's a bummer. I don't like taking Cup either. Your first share of Cup this year by accident. That's unfortunate, Jiri. Let's take a look. How did it go? Jiri's not a member, but I'm always curious how his teams go. And if you've made an appearance on the channel, I'm definitely curious, and I will take a look at the team. But Lamar, Stafford, Scatabo, Price. Nice fall on Price. And Pollard. That feels excellent to have both of them. Corum is decent, especially if he is the guy you need. It wouldn't be a shocker. But Algier and Sampson, so overall solid depth. But it speaks to how little you trust Scatabo, that's for sure. But Puka is stacked. A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers, Pittman, Omar Cooper, Antonio Williams, Dontavian Wicks, and Cooper Kupp. So double Cooper on this one. Kincaid and Likely. Yeah, Cooper Kupp feels a little bit odd. The receiver room feels solid without him. I don't know if you needed a seventh running back, though. I think you could have used maybe a third tight end, actually, a little bit more. I think even Colby Parkinson might have made some sense over Cooper Kupp. Running back, I don't think you needed Jiri. Not going to lie. I think having 6 there is totally fine. But solid team as always. Little Dallas Cowboy says Jedi 5 has 1 injury year and a 17-game NFC Championship appearance. 50-50 like Dak, but better. Dak out 20, ankle 21, cat. Yeah, but he also like did miss multiple games. He did not have 17 games in the regular season. I think you have to count all the playoff games as well. He will probably miss some time. He probably doesn't stay off the field all season, but I don't like their schedule. I don't like the Commanders that much this year. I think they could just suck and win like 5 weeks, and if he gets hurt, they might not bring him back. Once again, it might be Mariota, a lot more than expected, but I don't want to be out on JD5. I take a decent amount of him, but I'm also willing to take Herbert above him if I'm feeling it. But he could be really good. Definitely, that's not a bold take at all. He should be really good. But Judy's good for usable weeks per year. Yeah, that as well is also like why I think he's a decent pick. But like Wandale, I think is an over projection. I wouldn't expect 140 targets for Jerry Jeudy. That's too high. But are we rating Who Hames? No, we're not going to rate him. We're just going to send you over there. Follow the link and just enjoy Who Hames. Very, very fun stream over there. Sharp drafter, a lot of good takes. Our boy is live. Check him out. But, okay, some quick team reviews, and then I'm going to go Burgess, Niner, Thornbug, Niners fan. All right, we got 4 to do. Let's start with Niners fan. Chad took May, Love, and Bryce Young. Taylor, Hampton, Rico, Gainwell, and Lloyd. Great running back room. Egbuka, Garrett Wilson, Watson, Coker, Hunter, Naylor, and Judy. The snipe on Judy was sad, brother, but I would have gotten sniped on Tua regardless, so it's all fine. It's all fair. Kraft, T-Ferg, and Njoku. That's chill. Very good team. Very good team. Solid all around. No stack with Drake May, though. That is the only dilemma. Drake May's too good not to have a single stack. I would have liked a Hunter Henry on this team quite a bit, but maybe never available. It's all good. Maybe Romeo Dobbs, though, instead of Gainwell. That wouldn't have been crazy. You took Love. That would have been the spot to take Romeo Dobbs. It's totally fine. You had 2 Packers. It's all checking out. Jedi Niner, though, is in here. We have Baker, Darnold, and Daniel Jones. A little bit mid, but no issue with that overall. Achane, Brees, Quinshawn, Ramondre, and Mason, really good at running back. Maybe some player takes are different than mine, but overall, having 5 by Mason is always pretty sweet. We got JSN, Waddle, Parker Washington, Josh Downs, Xavier Worthy, Branch, and Mooney. Sadiq, Barner, and Colby Parkinson. I hate Sadiq. I like Barner. I'm fine with Colby. Yo. You're still here, brother? You're still here? If you have an issue with it, then maybe you shouldn't stick around, but I don't think I'm ripping anyone off, man. If y'all want my opinion, $5 for the month? Fuck you. $5 a month is ripping someone off for my opinion on their team? You're just a hater, man. And for that, we will... There we go. There it is. To stick around the whole time is pretty funny. Apparently you care. Apparently you... I thought you left. Looks like you're still here, but Niner, the team has some player takes I differ with, but if Sadiq is actually paying off as a rookie, then the tight end room is solid. I worry about the tight end room quite a bit, but that's not the position that matters too much. Running back is pretty good, though, but Baker's your quarterback 1 is unstacked. That's where I might change some things, but yeah, some unstacked correlating pieces, but you do have Darnold with JSN, Downs with Daniel Jones. That's all fine. but Baker at 126. I wouldn't have passed either at 126. In your situation, I'm just seeing that now. Definitely solid pick. But let's see, what else do we got? We got Burgess, our last one. Hurts, Mendoza, and Tua. The snipe on Tua, you did have... Nah, you're just sniping me at this point just because you want to. For the bit, it's funny, man, but it's kind of annoying. I would have liked Tua there, but maybe I just convinced you. Maybe just like him a lot. For the value, it's fair. You also waited forever, so it's totally fine. But it wouldn't be a draft with Burgess if he didn't snipe me at QB. Travion, JCM, Zach Charbonnet, Blue, and Braylon. This is risky as fuck. If you get away with it, damn. But Jamar Chase, Nico. Oh, my girlfriend's calling. Hold on. I'm going to log off real fast. Devontae Adams, QJ, Pearsall, Higgins, and McMillan. Yeah, really good receiver room. Laporte and Gadsden. Running back is too tricky, but that receiver room is so fucking good. And then everything else is solid. If you get away with this, damn, that's pretty awesome. The Tua snipe fits the team, but I would have gone running back. I think you needed running back more. That's my take on it. All right. We're done. This was fun. A little draft marathon, about 4 hours and 11 minutes. And one final rip from the pipe. I'll see you guys. Actually, no, it's dead. I'll just see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Peace out. Thanks for joining.